You'll be drawing the color on that one. Perfect. So we do have a resolution, right? We got a resolution. It's just to continue the work on software for the homelessness file. So. You can take that one, but
All of these rent subsidy programs, we have to make sure they're available. National housing. I got after CMHC, Ministry of Housing. Because the problem, I went to the province and administrative finance. And they never understand people actually tell their surgeons. There was nothing that they bring them, so they need to. But I don't pay attention to it, but all these things are the for insurance like PHC in future when they say that they're return. So they just give us insurance.
right, perfect.
So they got the money, they just have it.
That's right. Okay, okay, we're gonna talk. I got ideas.
That's what I do. This is what we did. I think that was.
Okay.
Because you can keep houses right there or if it's there, but they have to maybe what they can do and how it's behind and they rent it out.
That's right.
So they get better circumstance than back over that.
Chief, I'm gonna talk a little bit about the operator. I'm just gonna bring it up because originally you were the mover of it. The officer of housing center, I got it here, I'm just gonna touch brief. And yeah, that was the original one. It was for the officer of housing center. I'm just gonna talk a little bit about it for AIA because we still don't have that.
We should have somebody on.
That's right, so I'm gonna make it. And we'll have a discussion. Yeah.
I'll give you a copy of this resolution.
Okay.
Lesser afterwards.
Yeah, I hate how like being
Yeah.
No, well, one.
I'm very summer. The last minute of the presentation, already downloaded and have all set up. I was, so I'm getting from that.
So anyway, all that stuff, like, you're still stuck.
It's eating breakfast.
Well, I've gone.
Like that, no. Your text.
All right, Ira, take this out. You forgot to add on the part about giving communications to double their salary range.
Oh, yeah.
And- Darn it.
That'll make it simpler.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty, and I'll include that blue picture I took. And you guys, the chiefs.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll put that. I'll include that. Thank you. You got CBC and APT watching this.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Good, how are you?
Suggested to collecting for next time
Yeah.
is to, it's possible to have like a on everything that you've done. Because it's always been pressure. We didn't have, we don't have. You're not gonna say. Chrissy and I were talking.
Yeah.
I would. Just talking about. I can't.
Yeah.
I think it's one.
Yes.
So we had to have information once before the election. We could have given it to them, and then we had a mechanism to compare it for a fairer.
Yeah.
They did not, but they just can't.
Yeah.
I think they were given enough information, I couldn't keep sure.
Well, that's not really that surprising either. If they don't know, they're just gonna go by feels a lot of times, whatever.
Good job. I can see this.
There it is. Oh, this is that 403 though.
Right, right, right. Okay.
I'm just wondering if.
Get something out there.
To all the communities, this one is down this one, all the communities.
Right.
Because we were gonna put our wheel at this table. And we start putting another legislation. So we're asking to go Zoom, get by you to meet the candidates. So there's something to. Help you.
Sure, yeah, I think that's a good idea. Regardless of whether or not I run again, you know, that's a good idea.
Yeah. But a couple of months prior.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
Thanks, Joel.
I was like, I can't see nice like that station. Yeah. No, I don't. Been waiting for a lot. Nothing. Morning.
Good morning. What's going
Did you stay for the band last night? Or did you?
on? No, I had it out after dinner.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of pushed that.
Are you at the casino hotel or are you with the 1,000 one?
Casino hotel? No, I'm not, I don't, I never seen a casino.
No?
My hotel's kind of really next to anything.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and,
It's in Belleville though?
yeah, it's on Bell Road, but it's near the end, and
Oh, okay. Is it the one like you're beside a gas station? Yeah. Is it the one that you're beside a gas station? Yeah.
Did you hear yourself? What was that?
For some reason, that mic's picking you guys up. Just turn it off.
Okay.
I was gonna say, how did that hear me?
Hello.
Oh.
Alright, so Sarah had her mic on.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, just make sure.
Hello, hello, hello.
I still feel like I hear stuff. Oh, you can't hear it.
Still.
I meant to find you yesterday.
Yeah.
So I talked to Candace and I think she said that a payment went in on the
Yes,
21st.
so I got all the emails. I just hadn't, I don't know why. I didn't see
Okay,
it.
so you're good?
Yes, I'm all
Okay,
good.
good.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Okay, sure.
You're gonna lead the charge. Okay, so I think this morning you're gonna do the.
Telling Jeff that the social one, because Sarah's got a couple presentations to make, that we could potentially talk about at the house. Testing, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2. All right, good morning, folks. We're gonna get started in a few minutes as soon as everyone's had a chance to smudge. But while we're waiting for that to happen, usually some little kind of echo. All right. We're going to do some door prizes now. So, I don't know, apparently there's a spinny wheel with everybody's name on it. Oh, there we go. Oh, there's our first winner, Melissa Dogs Theater, must be present to win. Are you here, Melissa? No, oh, darn. All right, spin again. Louise Hillier, I don't remember seeing Louise here.
She was online.
She's on the line. Okay, Louise is at least present online. All right, Louise, you win.
Woohoo! She's not. Is she on?
Online right now? Nope. Oh. Okay, so pretty soon we'll get someone that's here. Or Caleb Matchett. Yeah, go back that way.
I don't think he's here. No, he's there. Yeah, he will. Eli? Yeah, he's there. Yeah, Caleb's. Eli.
Eli Hopkins.
Oh, Eli.
Is Eli here? Oh, he's out there. Okay. He's here, but all right. How many more of these we're gonna do for now? 100 till everybody wins? Okay. All right, how many more, Cheyenne? 5 more.
No, right.
Oh, Christine
Oh,
Cox.
Christine, yeah, nice.
All right. Oh, please.
He's not here. Oh, no.
Chase Aguari Brandt,
He's not here.
not here. We're not going to chase him down either.
No. Oh, Trisha.
Trisha's here. Trisha, are you here? All right, Trisha. Oh, I know she's.
Lori Strike.
Lori Strength. There. Yes, we really do love you.
Computer shows.
Peter, yeah.
Oh, look at, you just got here and one of. Chief Miracle.
Oh, Chief Miracle.
Oh, that's funny. What do I win? Real excited. I don't think she's here either. Who's that?
Elia, Tebow.
Oh, did she go? Yeah.
Oh, she went home. Oh, darn. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Guy King.
Oh, nice.
Julie Lee. Julie still here?
Did Julie go?
Did she go now? Okay, Julie's not here right now, though. Okay. Stan Scott. He's gone too, darn.
Oh,
it's online.
Oh, he's online?
It's online.
we'll send it to him.
All right, we'll send it to Stan. Stan, you won. Sandra Moore. All right. Is that all for now? Oh, Kyla has some.
Yeah, so we do have three door prizes that, I just wanted to give some recognition to, AGA Miracle. We had a contest this past year for, a drawing to do a coloring, contest. And she was the winner. So I think it's fitting from being from MBQ. So the three packages that we have Yetis in them, with thermoses and water bottles. And her artwork is displayed on each of them. So she says in her description, this original coloring page is inspired by the Haudenosaunee creation story of the creator's game. So I just wanted to give recognition to Kaya Miracle for her initiatives on this artwork. So thanks.
Oh, Elizabeth, George, and
Nice.
you don't want one of these, Brian.
One.
Leona Dockstader.
Oh. Yes, because that's the. Tell them I said all.
All right, sure. Is there one more? One more. All right. Samantha LaSalle.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, over here, right over here.
Oh, you're getting a delivery there. Nice.
Okay, that's it for door prizes for now. All right.
Jim already?
Okay, so thank you for that. Also, I'd like to wish Kurt.
Curtis.
Curtis, yeah, Curtis, happy 65th birthday as of yesterday, and Chief Miracle wants to welcome you to the old age club. So happy birthday, Curtis. All right. And with that, I think we're about ready to begin. And so I'll be looking to our drum, Little Creek Singers, to give us an opening song to start us off today. Thank you. All right. This one. All right, thank you for that. One song. Okay, it says here that Grand Chief's supposed to give a recap of day two, but are gonna hand that to our youth coach here to give her perspective on it. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. Nice to see everyone again. I'm gonna give kind of a reflection as well, because I was supposed to do that yesterday, but we didn't have time. So I'll start with the recap. So we started off with the selection process. Congratulations to Grand Chief Joel and also to Larry. You were both very well spoken and I appreciate listening to you. We did the OFNLP report. I think it's and scholarships and a lot of amazing winners. I'm honored to know at least two of them. They're wonderful humans, so great choices to whoever selected those. The Sovereign Wealth Fund report. We did the Youth Council reports, the AIAI strategic plan, the Health and Wellness report, and the Social Development report. So for a little bit of a reflection, I wanted to say thank you to every single person in this room for first of all being patient with me, because I know that I stutter and I say so a lot, and I noticed myself doing that yesterday, so. There you go.
Notice.
Multiple people came up to me to kind of express how they also were nervous, and I really did appreciate that, because it makes me feel a lot more good, I guess, and not alone when I'm up here talking to all of you. And I remember Elder Kajita talking about togetherness, and she always does. I've heard her speak quite a few times, but it's typically about togetherness, and I'm just so glad that we are together. And having people come up to me, that is such an amazing way to show that we are together. And intergenerational doesn't only mean elder and youth, it is everyone in between. So I think that those relationships are also so important to nurture and take care of. I think it kind of gets bypassed quite a bit with the people who are kind of within the ages of being an elder or being a youth. So thank you to everyone in this room. I learned so much over the course of this 2.5-day adventure. And thank you to AIAI for always amplifying youth voice, because I've been on boards that don't, and they kind of just check that box, especially Indigenous voice. Being in a Catholic school board, it was rough time to be an Indigenous student trustee, only because they don't understand and they don't know how to help. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes. But I really do appreciate AIAI for having youth always have a voice and making us feel very important, and we know that we're important to you guys, so thank you. Also, yeah, so like Holly said yesterday. I think that's it for me. So now we'll go to everyone for this week. I was honored to be your co-chair, and now we'll go to Deputy Grand Chief Stacia and Grand Chief Joel.
No.
I mean, she already doesn't sound half as nervous as she was when she's already progressing, so awesome job. Okay, all right, so thank you for that, and we're gonna try to move along and do a couple of things before the first break. And I would say around the home stretch. And just FYI, we did leave 3 social resolutions on our table. I'm not gonna do those right now. I'm gonna throw those in at the end of the housing, lands and infrastructure section there, just so you know. And when those will be coming up. Right now, though, we have some presentations to make on government relationships and lawmaking. So I guess I'd like to welcome up Sarah, Monitor for Government Relationships and Lawmaking Manager, and then they'll introduce our other guests. I think they'll be coming up for presentations as well.
Morning, everyone. So it's my pleasure to provide an update on the work of the government relations and lawmaking sector over the past year. Our sector supports AIAI member nations by advancing their priorities through advocacy, government relations, policy development, justice initiatives, and community safety work. For those of you who don't work directly with our sector, government relations and lawmaking serves as a link to provincial and federal governments. We spend a significant amount of time monitoring emerging issues, building relationships, attending meetings, reviewing legislation, and identifying opportunities that may affect our member nations. A lot of our work isn't always visible. Much of it happens behind the scenes through technical meetings, policy discussions, legislative analysis, and conversations. Sometimes that work results in visible outcomes such as funding, policy changes, or new partnerships. Other times, success simply means ensuring First Nations perspectives were considered before decisions were made. Those quieter successes are just as important because they help shape decisions before they become final. Today, I'd like to share some of the work we've undertaken over the past year, the impact it's had for our member nations, and what we're focusing our efforts on moving forward. Before talking about specific projects, I think it's important to put our work into context. Government relations and lawmaking is only a piece of the much larger work of nation building. As the graphic shows, nation building includes restoring identity, strengthening governments, revitalizing language and culture, rebuilding traditional systems, supporting families and communities, protecting our lands, and exercising our inherent rights and responsibilities. None of these areas exist independently. They all influence one another. Our role is primarily focused on the external side of that work. We work with governments so that member nation priorities are understood and reflected in legislation, policy, funding opportunities, and government programs. One of the things I often remind people is that government relations isn't simply attending meetings. It's about creating opportunities for our member nations to influence decisions before they're finalized. Governments develop legislation and policies every day that affect First Nations communities. If First Nations aren't part of those conversations early, it often becomes much more difficult to influence that final outcome. So our role is to help ensure that those conversations happen. We also recognize that every member nation has its own priorities, leadership, and government relationships. Our role is never to replace that work or speak on behalf of communities where they are already leading. Rather, our role is to complement those efforts, provide technical support where requested, and strengthen advocacy on issues affecting all member nations. So really everything we do supports the broader goal of strengthening self-determination and nation building. Our work generally falls into 4 key areas. The first is government relations. So this includes maintaining ongoing relationships with provincial ministries and federal departments, participating on political and technical tables, responding to requests for input, and ensuring member nation priorities were consistently communicated. The second is policy and legislative affairs. When legislation is introduced, we review it through a First Nations lens, and we ask what potential impacts could be, what the opportunities could exist, and whether changes should be recommended. And that work often involves preparing policy analysis, briefing leadership, and participating in consultations with government. Our third is justice. Justice work extends beyond the court system. It includes participation in Indigenous justice initiatives, supporting community-led approaches, participating in tripartite discussions, and helping governments better understand Indigenous perspectives on justice. And finally, we have policing and community safety. And community safety isn't only about policing, it also includes prevention, partnerships, emergency preparedness, and ensuring communities have access to the supports they need to keep their citizens safe. Although these are 4 distinct areas, they overlap considerably. And many files requires work across all 4 areas at the same time. So the goal is really to provide coordinated support. Next, we'll move into the year in review, and this has been another busy year across all 4 areas of our work. From a government relations perspective, we've continued strengthening relationships with provincial ministries and federal departments. And relationship building may sound simple, but it really takes ongoing effort. Last year was a real struggle, particularly working with the ministries. There was a lot of staff changeover, and it just really felt like every time we reached out to someone, it wasn't the right person anymore, and we were being put to a different person, and it took forever to respond. So I'm not sure what it was about last year, but it was a struggle. So our relationships really become especially valuable when new legislation or policies are being developed because governments are much more likely to seek input from organizations they've built relationships with. In policy and legislative affairs, significant attention was devoted to Bills 5 and C5. Our work involved much more than simply reading the legislation. We reviewed potential impacts for member nations, prepared policy analysis, collaborated with partners where appropriate, and worked to communicate concerns back to government through advocacy and engagement. We've also continued monitoring emerging legislation throughout the years so that our member nations could be aware of the effects that may affect their communities. I sit on the technical table for the Métis rights assertions, and we also spent some time looking at the second generation cutoff. Within justice, we've continued supporting implementation of the Indigenous Justice Strategy while participating in tripartite justice discussions. These discussions focus on identifying practical opportunities to improve justice outcomes for First Nations while ensuring Indigenous voices continue informing future policy. On the community safety side, we've remained actively engaged in discussions regarding the Community Safety and Policing Act, First Nations policing, and broader community safety initiatives. I'd also like to mention technical tables. They often receive little attention, but they're really where the work takes place. The tables bring together First Nations organizations and government officials to work through issues before they reach political leadership. So moving into our impact, when we look back at the year, several accomplishments stand out. We've strengthened strategic relationships with provincial and federal governments, creating stronger opportunities for collaboration and advocacy. We've advanced member nation priorities through legislative review, policy analysis, and ongoing engagement with government. We've continued supporting justice and community safety initiatives while identifying funding opportunities and partnerships that can benefit our member nations. And we've continued providing technical advice and support whenever requested. One of the challenges with government relations is that success isn't always easy to measure. You know, unlike building a school or a construction project, much of our success comes through relationships, influence, and ensuring First Nations perspectives are included in decision-making. So sometimes that means changing a policy, sometimes it means securing funding, and sometimes it just simply means preventing unintended impacts before legislation is finalized. So the outcomes might not always be visible, but they're really, really important. Justice and community safety continue to be priorities for our member nations, and our work in this area focuses on collaboration. Through the tripartite justice table, we've continued working alongside provincial and federal governments to identify opportunities to improve justice outcomes for First Nations communities. Justice continues to evolve across Canada, and governments are increasingly recognizing that Indigenous-led approaches often produce better outcomes for Indigenous communities. Our role is to ensure that these conversations include the perspectives and the priorities of our member nations. On the community safety side, we've remained actively involved in discussions surrounding implementation of the Community Safety and Policing Act, First Nations policing models, and broader community safety initiatives. And their discussions are complex and they continue to evolve. Relationship building really is at the heart of almost everything I do. Advocacy is much more effective and relationships always exist. So a single meeting rarely changes government policy. Progress comes from showing up consistently emailing, not taking no response as an answer, and just, keep reaching out. It's also following through on commitments, both ours and what was promised to us, sharing information openly, and maintaining respectful relationships over time. Throughout the year, we've continued to engage with ministries, participating in political and technical tables. We have a relationship table with IFNR as well as the Ministry of Finance, which have both been renewed for this year. And those relationships become especially valuable when urgent issues arise because communication channels already exist. So that allows our conversations to happen earlier and creates opportunities to influence decisions before they're finalized. Looking ahead, our priorities remain focused. We'll continue advocating for member nation priorities and strengthening relationships with provincial and federal governments. Justice and community safety will remain key areas of focus. And we'll also continue identifying sustainable funding opportunities that help build long-term capacity within member nation. And many of these priorities build directly on the work that we're already doing. It's long-term work and many files continue for several years before reaching implementation. Over the coming year, we'll also continue strengthening existing partnerships while remaining responsive to the new issues as they emerge. And as always, our work will continue to be guided by the priorities identified by leadership and member nations. I also want us just to look at the resolutions that we've had in the sector, and the resolutions reflect the priorities established by our chiefs and member nations and provide important direction. So they include ongoing work to additions to reserve, the enforcement of First Nation laws, implementation of the United Nations National Action Plan, AIA's intervention in the White Montour case, opposition to Métis assertion, and advocacy related to Bills 5 and C5. So with that, I just want to thank the Chiefs Council, the chiefs, the technicians, and the partners and government representatives who continue to work collaboratively with us all. Building strong relationships take time, and we appreciate the trust that's been placed in our sector. Most importantly, thank you to our member nations for your continued guidance and direction. Now, so I think I will turn it now over if there's any questions. I don't see any questions. Anything online? Okay.
I think you.
Oh, is there a question?
Oh, we have one question from Chief Murphy.
In the discussions with the government, what commitments do we have the government making? Is there any? I know we're lobbying and educating them, but what have they promised to do? If anything?
In relation to
In the sectors that you outlined, like there's community safety, there's government relations, there's lands, BTR, all that kind of stuff that requires both governments.
no, there's no firm commitments. That's why it's you know, it's ongoing, and as I mentioned, last year was a struggle connecting with in particular the Ontario government. There was so much turnover that, you know, every time I tried to reach out to someone, it was a different person. So just being persistent, other than the commitment to keep funding our relationship tables.
So Greg Rickford is the go-to person in the provincial government, and I hear a lot of criticism. They don't think he's very effective or doing a good job. And so I'm wondering if this one-stop shopping is appropriate. To me, I think we have to bend the ear of the premier to get him on side and let him direct his ministers what he wants. And if there's been no mandate letters concerning First Nations, that would be a concern to me. So I don't know. Are there mandate letters?
I haven't seen anything lately.
So I think the executive should arrange a meeting with the premier and interested chiefs to go and try to get some commitment setting him. He can't simply sidestep all of our issues, and that seems to be what's happening.
Yeah.
They'll sprinkle a little bit more money here and there, but it's really a token gesture, but it doesn't address the core issues that we need to talk.
Yeah, Eric, Chief and the Ford government's been anti-transparency basically since they got in and refused to issue or release any mandate letters to any ministry whatsoever. Okay, thank you, sir. Just for your FYI, also we have 39 delegates as of 9:25, so we're well within quorum requirements as well. Okay, so we also have another presentation right now. So we also have Sarah Manville and Emma Wall from JFK Law. So I would invite them up as well to begin their presentation on a couple items.
Oh, yeah. So where's
Good morning. Bonjour. Kevin Chief Municipal Division of Police Technology. I'm really happy to be here again with the Association of Air Quad Allies and the member First Nations. I'm gonna do the first presentation about the intervention. With the White Montfort case in the Quebec Court of Appeal. And a really important intervention because of course, this is a transformative case in the common law about the right to self-government. And the main discussion point is whether or not you agree with our theory of the role AI will have as an intervener in this important case. And it'll be the same type of intervention once it goes to the Supreme Court of Canada. So it's an important decision to make today about the theory or the type of advocacy that you will put in front of the Quebec Court of Appeal as an intervener. So as you know, Sarah had mentioned, there's a resolution retaining JFK law and submitting an application to seek to intervene in the White Montfort case. This is a very important case from the Superior Court of Quebec, and it recognizes that the former Vanderpeek test, which was the test in the common law on how to prove an Aboriginal right under Section 35, is colonial. And because of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, specifically the federal legislation around the UN DRIP, that this test should disappear and there should be a new test recognizing the Aboriginal right, recognizing your jurisdiction or your lawmaking capacity in those subject areas for self-government. So this is a very important precedent, and actually a precedent that was utilized in the Manitoba courts recently by the recent new judge that's appointed to the Supreme Court. He made this decision in the Manitoba court utilizing White Montfort. So it's tracking well, and it's an important intervention. I'm going to skip through these refreshers on White Montfort, thinking that you know it, but you have this document in your binders and should know some of these facts. But the most important thing is it's a taxation case, but it's all about the treaty right. It's a treaty right to trade, and then the right in Canada's role in meeting with treaty partners and establishing.
What's wrong? We have a guest. We have a guest who's intervening.
So,
Oh, that's too funny.
so the So it's really important to know that there are two individuals that were charged with the criminal charges around not paying taxes. So the Superior Court had to deal with that, but there was also important expert evidence about the covenant chain, which is a really important key meta treaty. And it's important to know is the court see it as a meta treaty. So it's basically a treaty with a bunch of roots to it that impact different peoples, including the Anishinaabe, as well as the Haudenosaunee. And so it has important historical access to what's called a treaty council. And so this is an important recognition. And as if you don't know, in the UN DA, the federal legislation, the National Action Plan, there's a measure called 2.2. That's all about trying to reconvene treaty councils between the federal government and treaty partners. And so that's also a measure that's in that action plan. So this is all kind of evolving in real time to start finding a way forward to actually implementing historic treaties, which is good because, of course, federal governments in the past have all but ignored our treaties. So there are some key findings that's important to know. The one that's resonating most is that the UN Declaration is a binding human rights instrument, which should serve as a floor for judicial interpretation of Section 35. And that's why they really looked hard at that Vanderpeek test and said, we can't apply this in this case. We need to apply a new test, a decolonized test in White Montfort. The second finding was that the Section 35 test should be reformulated to align with the UN Declaration, recognizing and protecting generic Indigenous rights rooted in Indigenous legal systems. generic indigenous rights is something that the Quebec Court of Appeal had recognized in the Bill C-92 reference. So if you remember the Bill C-92 reference, Quebec was saying that the federal government shouldn't have created that legislation, that it impacted the constitutional architecture of the Canadian Constitution, and Quebec and the other provinces only had the right for child and family services. And Canada had no right to give that away to First Nations, Inuit, Métis. Of course, that was a finding in Quebec Court of Appeal. It wasn't taken up by the Supreme Court. They didn't say much about the right to self-government, only that the federal legislation commits the federal government to affirming the right to self-government over child and family services by First Nations, Inuit, Métis. And they didn't say anything about the generic right. I think they were leaving it for this case, which will be a very important discussion at the Supreme Court, that we have generic rights to self-government, like all governments. Things like child and family services, maybe housing, maybe other health, maybe other generic rights. And so this is what will open that doorway. The third finding is Indigenous nations have a generic right to freely pursue economic development. So this is the second in a class of rights that are being recognized and affirmed by the federal, by the federal government. So child and family services, of course, is recognized in the Bill C-92 Supreme Court of Canada case and the federal legislation itself. And now here comes another generic right to economic development through these through the covenant chain treaties. So this is a really important key finding that we have to protect in the appeal. The fourth finding is that the covenant chain is a binding treaty, and it obligates the Crown to meet in council with the Haudenosaunee to resolve key issues in that relationship. So don't go to court on these types of matters. Don't charge individuals for things that are part of the treaty relationship. Go to a treaty council and resolve disputes in that manner. And this is the area that we were hoping that you would agree would be the theory of your intervention. The important support that Association of Iroquois and Allied Indians would have, because you know the covenant chain, you know what is a meta treaty, because it impacts both the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe peoples, and it has these roots, and so that's very important. I also wanted to make sure that you knew that this is the case that was in Manitoba, where they the new Supreme Court Justice, in his role as the Chief Justice of the Manitoba Court, made a finding in this class action in Manitoba, within the province of Manitoba, which resulted in it was about whether or not the claim could be made in the different aspects within the class action. What could be justiciable or could be a finding of the court, and what couldn't be. And so this Chief Heidi Cook is a case that we're watching, because it has good things and it has bad things about it. But the most important thing for your reference is that it did reference Montour and that generic right to self-government, the generic right to self-government of child and family services. So it's an important precedent already in the Manitoba court. So about your intervention. So this is taking a long time because it's such a big case. It's got such a big record. The decision itself is hundreds of pages. So in December 2023, the Attorney General of Quebec appealed this case to the Quebec Court of Appeal. The record had to be produced, and it was quite a lengthy transcription and record, so it took over a year. The finding that UNDRIP is a binding human rights instrument and should serve as a floor. This is what the Quebec Court of Appeal is one of the main things that is appealing. Of course, this is something that we want to protect. The second one is that the Section 35 test should be reformulated. So the White Montour test will take over from the Vanderpee test. And it'll be looking at Indigenous legal systems in our jurisdiction, as opposed to these battle of the experts of very, at the point of contact, look whether or not we had that right in question hundreds of years ago. So this is really important also to protect, but there are other there's several interveners in this case, of course, and it seems like this is going to be the main area that the actual main parties are going to be protecting. But it's important for us to support that. The third key finding Indigenous nations have a generic right to freely pursue economic development. They're appealing that as well. So it just seems like all the good things that happened in this case, the province of Quebec is appealing. So this key finding number 4 is the sort of where we want to be protecting. Our main part, our main part in the intervention is to support the parties, but also be one of the main players to support that the covenant chain is a binding treaty. It, excuse me, obligates the Crown to meet in council with the Haudenosaunee to resolve key issues in the relationship. So this is the main sort of expertise or experience you have to share as an intervener, to share your understanding and experience of this and your knowledge of this. So it's where we're asking you to agree that this is the key finding, that you want to be the main player in protecting the covenant treaty and your understanding of it. I think it's really important to know that there are other experts that we can help, but I think the main part of the intervention will be to get one of the AIAI chiefs from the member nations to be the affiant and putting together an affidavit of your understanding of it. And we have great players from your leadership, you have Chief Miracle, and others that can give your understanding of that covenant chain treaty and why it's important to protect this key finding of the lower court in the appeal. So it's very important. I want to give you just an update of what's been happening since we had the mandate of going forward. So we corresponded with counsel of the accused. We're supporting their work, and through them informed the Court of Appeal of AIAI's intention to apply as an intervener. The intervener applications will be coordinated through a case management conference. So my colleagues, Robert James, Sude, and Bryce Lansdale, who did the original presentation asking to do the intervention, he's also on this case. We met with counsel for the accused and other potential interveners to discuss intervention strategy in the common interest. And I think it's clearly supported by the other parties that AIAI take a strong position on the covenant chain. From February to August 2026, the Crown, the accused, and the MNCC filed their factums, and we're preparing the intervention materials for filing, including a declaration of intervention and supporting affidavit from an AIAI chief. Chief Miracle, we're working with you already on this, right? Okay. So applications to intervene at the Quebec Court of Appeal are typically decided for a judge in chambers based on written record. And so we're expecting that in the next few months. So that will be going forward. Just general information. You intervene as a friend of the court. You're not necessarily plaintiff side or defendant side or appellate side. So you're looking at the legal issues before the court. Of course, the court has to approve your intervention. And as you propose your intervention, you have to show that you have a genuine interest in the issues and able to provide a unique perspective. And of course, you cover all these through your application materials. And it's necessary to hear from you to have a fair and just resolution to this appeal. We're not permitted to raise any new legal issues or repeat the arguments of other parties, including the interveners. So that's why there's case conferences, making sure that there's no overlap. So this is probably the most important slide. Proposed intervention strategy. So the value and importance of treaty parties meeting in council to resolve key issues in the covenant chain treaty relationship. This is the valuable perspective that you'll share as an intervener in this case. A right to non-judicial dispute resolution finds further support in the UN Declaration, Canadian case law, and advances reconciliation. One of the things I had mentioned is, of course, my former role working with you to kill the federal legislation, Bill C-15, very unique perspective on the UN Declaration, right? So I think it's really important for the court to hear that you'd rather let international law exist in international arenas. The federal legislation it's putting an extra lens or filter on the UN Declaration in Canada that you don't support. So this is an important part of the appeal, and this is what we're asking if you agree with this intervention strategy. I've got another slide. The proposed intervention strategy. The covenant chain was initially made between the Haudenosaunee and the British. This treaty relationship was later extended to include the Anishinaabe of the Great Lakes region through both the Congress at Detroit and the Treaty Council at Niagara, so that important information. The covenant chain was not an event, but a process that required annual meetings to maintain open communication, mutual agreement, and harmonious relationships. So this is found in the Restule case. This is the finding of the Restule case. Of course, that was the Robinson-Huron Treaty perspective on the treaty relationship then in 1850. The Superior Court of Quebec in White-Montour found the covenant chain to be a meta-treaty with enforceable mechanisms to resolve disputes. So it's just to say that it's not the same treaty relationship, maybe for the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee, but it all springs from the roots of the covenant chain discussions. The British understanding when they came to Canada and when they had sort of this idea of their idea of their sovereignty, their relationships, the treaty relationships through the Royal Proclamation and the Treaty at Niagara. It's all important roots of these treaty relationships from the earliest days to 1850 onwards. So this is what I'm hoping to get support from leadership to support this theory or proceeding with going forward. This is what we're trying to protect, is that important finding number 4 in the covenant chain. And hopefully here that you also agree with that. So hopefully, just so you know, this specific focus is really will make you successful in your application to intervene. Will show your true unique perspective that you're giving to the court. The member nations also have a genuine interest through the covenant chain relationship, either as Haudenosaunee or Anishinaabe through the Treaty at Niagara. AIA and member nations have specific knowledge of the use of the council fires to resolve conflicts historically. So Batchewana has a specific understanding through the Robinson Treaty discussions that led to the Robinson Treaty and afterwards. Hiawatha with the Williams Treaty. So it's really like a really great place, unique perspective to be, so that you can intervene, both at the Quebec Court of Appeal as well as the Supreme Court of Canada. In this history of engaging with the Crown to resolve conflicts and jurisdictional questions through your own jurisdiction, right? This idea of jurisgenesis that we introduced in some of our advocacy against the federal legislation, Bill C-50. This is sort of all comes to bear in this intervention. And finally, I think that the next steps is to prepare the application materials, which is happening. We're expect a decision on the proposed intervention within a few weeks after the oral submissions in court is required, and we'll certainly keep the Chiefs Council aware of that. And when the appeal hearing is being scheduled, we'll let you know. And once granted intervening status, the written arguments, those types of documents, or things that we can share with Chiefs Council. So the oral arguments in the appeal hearing, the date in which remains to be determined, all these things are sort of evolving, and we'll keep you apprised of that through Jeff and Sarah. And so this is your litigation team, the contact information, and then of course Emma and I are here to make the presentation, but hopefully to hear any discussion or concerns you have with the strategy, but hopefully hearing endorsement of the strategy, so we can go for it. It's timely. It's important for us to settle on this, to resolve if it in fact is that finding number 4 that we're going to sort of focus on and be strategic about the intervention. So I'm happy to hear from chiefs about that, and Grand Chief as well, and Deputy Grand Chief.
Ira, can you hit this mic here? All right, thank you. As an opportunity for anyone in here to ask questions of Sarah on the case or her recommendations moving forward on our strategy. Chief Miracle?
Oh, Sarah, this is the first time hearing the affidavit, okay? I do know about the covenant chain, but there are several covenant chains with our people. There's a 1677 one, but there's other covenant chains as well. But the primary purpose of it was to keep peaceful relations. And even with the appointment of Sir William Johnson in 1756 for the Northern District to interact with our people on behalf of the Crown, it was to keep our people happy, that there would be no quarrels between our nations, that we would have free trade, and we would owe no bounty to the king, which would now be called taxes. And it's been infringed upon. And actually, when the when the Constitution was being repatriated from Great Britain, Canada, in the early 1980s, the chiefs were very adamant that the Royal Proclamation of 1763 be incorporated into Canada's Constitution, because that recognized that any land that was not surrendered voluntarily and willingly by our people, we'd retain rights there. And that would actually be all of Ontario now. The French have never been our friend. They've always been our political foe ever since Champlain time. And when our people were attacked in 1687, the Northern Iroquois. And so to polish the chain and keep stop land frauds, to preserve the protection of the 13 colonies, there was that visit of the 4 Indian kings, what the British styled Indian kings, to Queen Anne in 1710. To remove any tarnish, to stop the land frauds, to keep the alliance strong. So when there was warfare, our people would fight on their side. Because the quarrel emanated from the accumulation of wealth by both the British and the French, resulting from the activity in the fur trade. That's where the quarrel originated. And so these promises, these were solemn promises made on behalf of the king. And our policy, our understanding is that those treaties exist as long as the grass grows, the water flows, and the sun shines and the earth turns. All those things are still happening. So there's no sunset clause, and there's no escaping the obligations that the Crown has voluntarily entered into with our preserve peace and harmony and military alliance with our people. And we can demonstrate that our people have served in every war since that covenant chain was made. And the kings and queens of England have decorated our chapel royal with gifts to honor that history, even yet as recent as King Charles. So I'll bring the gifts in today so you can see. So these were diplomatic gestures to show that the king respected our people and wanted to preserve a strong alliance with our people. And in the Royal Proclamation, it said, trade with the Indians shall be free as long as you take out a permit. So with the tobacco industry, when the Ontario government was concerned about fraud and stuff with the transport of cigarettes hitting the reserve and this was just a transactional action off reserve, Councillor Doug Miracle and Chief Earl and I have met with Don Briswell, who was responsible for the tobacco trade in the ministry in Oshawa. And all he said is that as long as the council issues a permit, that will satisfy that. So from that time, we have given a permits to purchase wholesale. And so that is the equivalent of the Crown's permit, because we're exercising that authority and we derive our authority under the Indian Act and our treaty, the 1677 covenant chain. And so to me, there's been no discussion, nor do we have any mandate to change the way that treaty is understood by our people or to extinguish any of their rights that flow from it. And the Crown cannot do that arbitrarily. And the polishing of the chain, whenever there were issues that were outstanding, the Crown had an obligation to meet with the leaders to resolve those issues of conflict. And that doesn't mean once every 20 years at a First Minister's meeting. There's supposed to be ongoing dialogue, so there would be nothing that would poison the harmony that should exist between our people and our Crown relations. Thank you.
Thank you. So basically, Chief Miracle just wrote his affidavit.
Yeah, exactly. Say that, you just wrote your affidavit now.
You just wrote your affidavit.
Yeah.
For us.
Typing it out.
It's good.
Bring all those gifts to show how much they appreciated our military service.
Thank you for that.
And without that military service, there might even be a country called Canada.
And so that's, it's so unfortunate, it's such a rich relationship that
Yeah.
it should be.
So
really
one
polishing
thing that the French people were quite aware of was that our Mohawk military captain, Captain John Desron, was one of the earliest chiefs, accompanied General Amherst to Montreal in 1760 for the Articles of Capitulation when the French surrendered to the British. Our chief was there.
Important history for us all to know.
Okay, any other questions? I sort of have one myself, I guess. If you take this, with the Mikisew Cree decision, which says that there's no, you don't have to consult during drafting of legislation. But does this sort of create a parallel obligation to do that? And if the Crown refuses to do that, does that give a nation that's subject to covenant chain? Does that give them the justification to say just ignore that law, and exert their own jurisdiction?
There definitely, so there's an era before the UN Declaration where we're gonna have to course correct all of those types of cases, like including the Mikisew Cree case, because we do have Article 19 in the UN Declaration, that Mikisew Cree, that there's a dissent by two important judges there that conforms and maybe the dissent will become more as a law. Now we talk about implementing the UN Declaration in the way that it's international law and international binding international legal obligations. So that's the important part. So that's going to be the slow evolution, but this is really what's going to open the door for it. This case, and this case going to the Supreme Court.
Okay, Chief Carr.
Miigwech, Sarah, for the presentation. I don't have a question. The information was very thorough. I just wanted, I'm not sure if we're to do this today, right now, but given what Sarah said earlier, I Hiawatha approves the direction and to move ahead. Miigwech, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I would concur with that assessment that the sooner we can, dedicate ourselves to doing this, and I think the better it'll be collectively for all our rights as well. I think we're all subject to, that covenant chain. And again, it's the dialogic approach. Even a recent Human Rights Tribunal talked about that dialogic approach, and you have to have those things to work things out between you, and that also would include hopefully the provincial government, the little crown, right? In terms of these things as well. So, okay.
So around, I think, stay for lunch. So if you, any of the leadership wants to talk more about this and to learn, if you have any concerns, I'll be around to discuss further. Which.
Okay. So I guess I would look to Chief Carr at some point, either now or later, to do a motion to approve the recommendation put forth by Sarah. Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, we've got a second presentation from Emma.
We'll do it now while you're here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emma Wall. I am a lawyer at JFK in Toronto. I grew up in Vancouver, and it's my second attendance at AIA's annual General Assembly. So thank you so much for having me back again this year. I'm here to talk about the First Nations Clean Water Act, which was recently proposed in recently retabled in Parliament. So this is called Bill C-37. So we are going to talk about a few things today. I'll give you some background on the Clean Water Act, and you may have known it first as Bill C-61, and now it's been reintroduced as C-37. We're going to talk about what it does, some key changes between the original bill and the revised bill, and then a brief comparison of what this means off reserve versus on reserve, and the regimes provincial versus what's going to be on reserve and the federal. So some background. This legislation, I'm sure you're familiar, was introduced in December of 2023 to settle a class action on safe drinking water. So this is one of the settlement terms that Canada would introduce revitalizing water infrastructure legislation. But except for it died on the order paper, meaning that it was not passed before Parliament was prorogued in 2025. So it was reintroduced in 2026, just very recently. And it largely continues the legacy of C61, but it has some notable changes, which we'll talk about. And right now it's at second reading. It's just been read into Parliament, but not much activity has happened after June 16th. So what it does. So Bill C-37, or the revised bill, sets out a federal policy to, quote, progressively realize the human right to safe drinking water for people on First Nations lands. And I should say, we do have a more in-depth briefing note and a kind of a comparison table that I think has been provided to the delegations. So it keeps substantive equality as a guiding principle and commits Canada to make best efforts to fund water services. It affirms First Nations jurisdiction over water on reserve, creates First Nations-led water commission, and commits $4.6 billion to targeted funding over 5 years. And I should say this is not legislation yet, but it may become legislation, and there is a period of consultation that comes as part of this, and it may change as it moves through the. So key changes between the original bill and the revised bill. So I just wanted to put up the actual text. The actual text of this kind of like key human right and purpose of this bill. So if we look at the original, it says, it is recognized and affirmed that it is a human right of every individual on First Nations land to have access to clean and safe drinking water in accordance with this act. Whereas if we look at the revised version, it is declared, it is the policy of the Government of Canada to further the progressive realization for individuals on First Nations land of the human right to safe drinking water as protected by the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. I think there's like some very important language here that we want to break down a little bit. So first, the policy of the Government of Canada. So we can see this bill has it not as like a freestanding human right, but it's the government's policy to recognize this right. Second, we have this piece about progressive realization, meaning it doesn't happen all at once. The Government of Canada, it's their policy to kind of progressively, step by step, recognize this right into the future. And then third, I think another big one is this removal of clean. So it's clean and safe to just safe. It's not completely clear what impact that will have on how the standard is applied. And then there's also reference to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. And I think one thing that's interesting about this new version is that it's very similar to how the Government of Canada has decided to recognize a right to housing in the National Housing, their National Housing Act or Strategy Act. So it's very similar in that act, it says it's the policy of the Government of Canada to progressively realize the right to housing in line with the International Covenant. So I think this may be an approach that they'll take going forward. And I think one of the reasons that it was changed from this more freestanding right to this kind of, it's our policy to recognize this right, is because of the money, but also Alberta and Ontario were very opposed, I think, to this language. So if the Government of Canada says it's actually our policy, Ontario and Alberta can say it's not our policy. This is, some commentary. Okay. Key change number 2, jurisdiction and source water. So the new bill really narrows First Nations recognized jurisdiction over water and source water to reserve lands. Previously, there was an affirmation of self-government and jurisdiction over water and source water in, quote, protection zones. Protection zones is going to be a defined term to be set out in the regulations. But, and that was always gonna be the case, but now the legislation has it so that it's adjacent, zones adjacent to reserves. So we don't yet know what a protection zone will be. That's to be defined in regulations, which are to be consulted on with First Nations. But it is limited now to adjacency to reserves. And there's no authority recognized over traditional territories or lands that have recognized Aboriginal title or claimed Aboriginal title. So it's really limited to reserves and protection zones that are adjacent to reserves where there's an agreement with the federal government and the provincial government and possibly municipal authorities if that applies. So key change number 3, the word meaningful has been removed from several of Canada's obligations, appearing to lower the standard of what it's committed to. So funding duties changed from best efforts that meaningfully reflect consultation to best efforts to provide funding. Now UNDRIP must be recognized and implemented rather than meaningfully recognized and implemented. You know, whether these kind of semantic changes will change how it's applied in practice is yet to be seen, but I think meaningful best efforts and best efforts possibly has really real weight and real impact on what Canada's obligations can be, how they can be enforced. Key change number 4. So there's a number of changes to the consent and co-development kind of provisions on regulations and recognition of Section 35 rights. So it removes the requirement for First Nations to consent by Band Council resolution before applying water quality and wastewater standards. This was FPIC was required in the previous legislation before these standards applied to First Nations. There's also, when the regulations are developed, the minister will make recommendations for the regulations. Previously, those recommendations had to actually be co-developed with First Nations. Now they have to reflect co-development. And I know that some of these semantics, it's hard to see, I think, to someone who's like not a lawyer, not really into the words every day, what that could mean. But I think it could really be meaningful, what's reflecting co-development versus being actually co-developed. And finally, there's also a removal of language that water quality must be consistent with Section 35, right? So that's just been fully removed. So legal implications. Enforcement. So what this bill does is, in part, allow First Nations to assert jurisdiction over water on reserves, meaning that they can create their own laws, which can be administered and enforced via agreements with the federal and provincial governments. Enforcement really still relies on regulations that haven't been written. So funding formulas and compliance measures have not been resolved yet. And funding is not clearly enforceable as an obligation. Best efforts means it's that meaning is a bit up in the air. It may leave First Nations to negotiate or litigate. And source water protection is really weak off reserve. There's no recognition over authority of off reserve or upstream activities like mining or development that could affect drinking water quality. And which means that provinces really retain authority over those resources in traditional territories. And I think Sarah Montour asked just for a little bit of a comparison between what this means versus for the on reserve versus the off reserve regime. So it's not really like comparing apples to oranges, because C-37 does a number of things that are split up into various acts provincially. So C-37 covers source water, drinking water, funding obligations, First Nations jurisdiction. It sets up a First Nations Water Commission. Whereas Ontario governs water through many pieces of legislation. I've listed two here that are kind of most relevant to what we're talking about. So if we think of water traveling from source to tap, the source water is protected through what's called the Clean Water Act. And drinking water that sets the standards, the treatment, operators, enforcement of standards is through the Safe Water Act. Where these two things, where C-37 might come into contact with the Safe Drinking Water Act is that First Nations choose the standards for water quality that they want to apply on reserve. And that can either be the provincial standards, so that those set out in the Safe Drinking Water Act and the regulations, or I think a federal standard set on the guidelines for Canadian drinking water quality. Another thing to note is that Ontario's regime is mature, it's detailed. There are very technical regulations, and C-37's equivalents have not yet been developed and will be in coming months and years. And so this leaves us with a number of key and open questions. So capacity funding, source water protection, what on reserve infrastructure, like how it will be funded and the standards that will apply to it will depend on future federal regulations. First Nations can enter into agreements with various levels of government to administer and enforce their own water laws. However, that really relies on the provincial governments playing ball. And you know, it remains unclear how those agreements will operate and how and whether provinces will be willing to enforce Indigenous laws. And I know this is a huge problem in policing and community safety. So this still is yet to be determined. As the bill moves through Parliament, First Nations can press for continued dialogue and stronger recognition of jurisdiction beyond reserves and push for changes they want to see in the law and also how they want the regulations to be developed. So that was a lot of information and a lot of talking from me. Are there any questions or any comments?
I was filling in for Chief DeBossi and Shining Turtle on the AFN Chiefs Committee on Housing and Infrastructure. And we talked about source water protection, and I did push for that be included, as well as the funding issue. Because you can't put regulation on First Nations without the funding to apply. Navigable waterways, I was always under the understanding that they were federal jurisdiction, so why would the province have any say over a navigable waterway? What source water quality protection should be there? To me, I think that's in the federal domain. And so why do they have a say? Because like I understand that applies to the Great Lakes and presumably the Bay of Quinte, but ships didn't travel up and travel in the Bay of Quinte. So is it defined in where what the navigable waterways are? And which ones are under provincial regulation?
You're correct, Chief Miracle, that it is constitutionally under federal jurisdiction. What I have seen generally is that the feds will delegate that jurisdiction to provinces, but it may depend where and when they decide to do that. But it's usually, and a navigable waterway has a specific definition, but I'd have to get back to you on.
And the other point that when First Nations engage engineers to design water treatment systems, the only thing that the engineers understand and conform to is provincial regulations, because that's all there is. So we can't agree to something that we don't know what it is. And these federal, it's just a notion that there might be someday federal regulations governing water. And the other thing is it's important to not just have the water protected that's Great Barrier Reserve, because water flows, there can be pollution from other upstream sources that could impact the water quality. And the other thing is that there's climate change impacts with blue-green algae blooms now in drinking water, and so then you have to have a higher standard of treatment. And the province permits a lot of the development to occur off reserve that can impact the environment. And with the gutting of a lot of the environmental laws that were in place before is weakening environmental protection. And that can have an impact on the health and safety of the drinking water that our people consume. And so to me, we have to have a say on things that could impact our community that emanate from off reserve. And yeah, I'll give you the example of the Richmond landfill expansion. All the companies said, oh, well, there's no evidence that there's any off-site impacts. So we said, okay, where are the test results that show that? There was tritium testing done up until 1998 and no follow-up testing ever done since then. And we looked at the EPA standards in the United States, and they did 1,4-dioxin testing. We had a push to have that incorporated into Canada's policy and into the environmental standards in Ontario. Because that detects leachate. And guess what? When they were ordered by the environmental commissioner to do 1,4-dioxin testing, guess what? It was there. There were groundwater impacts and groundwater flows from reserved to our communities. We had people on drinking water wells. So why would we not be concerned about something like that? So the standard of testing, that's why we need to have a say on anything that could impact our environment that emanates from off reserve.
Absolutely.
And and everything that the government seems to be wanting to do in this day and age is all aspirational. If there's a fiduciary obligation, it can't be aspirational. It has to be there. It's either there or it's not. Because I mean, there's always competing there's a lot of competition for the money, whether it's to fund some country for the war that's going on overseas, or fortify the north, or more money in the military, or to help companies stay open to keep their people employed. There's competition for the money, and it's getting worse instead of better with the issues, and then the tariff impacts on the economy. And so to me, I think our issues are I don't even think they're even on the list of priorities of the government. So if there's going to be a relationship, we have to be able to depend on it. And the other thing is that if First Nations are going to be liable for the safety of the drinking water, then there has to be the funding there in order to comply. Otherwise, they can't comply with the legislation and could end up with criminal charges against the chief and council for not providing safe drinking water. Because we know right well a lot of the water treatment plants that are the older ones are not compliant. That's why you have the Szechuans and all these other issues that happen. And it's going to get worse for capital because of the forest fires. We're going to have to build off our houses and pay for all of that evacuation.
Thank you. Recommend question.
Yeah, it looks like Chief Carr coming up.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a number of comments, not sure they're questions, but I guess looking for some direction on how we move forward with the water bill. I have brought this up a few times at AI, and I will send that document. But I have a briefing note that I had done in 2023 regarding water rights from our lawyer. I'm happy to share that. But part of that was when I was away at a session learning, and I was talking to some people from the American tribes, and we were talking about riparian rights. And so that really tweaked my interest in what is happening here in Canada, and that we always say we never gave up the rights to the water. So, and I know Son had a case, and I'm not sure how if that's finished. I don't think they did well on that yet. So my concern is with this bill is that it's just relating to our First Nation, and a lot of our people, you know, they'll get water from the lake. They'll get water from other places. And we know and Chief Miracle just mentioned climate change. So when listening and learning from some of the people from the States, you know, what happens if that happens here, right? If water rights are given and we have no say over that. And how do we how do we stop that, I guess? And I think I see, you know, Bill S2, they're certainly stopping that at every corner and delaying it. So this needs to be a same process. If you're going to want to say, oh, I want to consult and I want to do that with Bill S2, you definitely need to say that with this, with water rights. It's just a little something to put back on them because they're not consulting with us, and those little pieces that we get of, you know, have your input on my email. I have 6,000 emails a day, exaggeration, but true. That I don't have time to go back, or I forget to go back. But in this one part of this document, it does say, and I don't know if that's helpful, but I will forward it to you. It would be incompatible with Indigenous law to alienate the banks of waterways from the water and create a separate legal entity as in riparian rights. It is the pearl of Canada and the US to ignore natural laws of First Nations. And on UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs policy brief from 2021 states, Indigenous peoples are stewards of the world's biodiversity and cultural diversity. Although they only account for 5% of the world's population, they effectively manage an estimated 20 to 25% of the Earth's land surface. That land coincides with the areas that hold 80% of the planet's biodiversity and 40% of all terrestrial protected areas and ecologically intact landscapes. Indigenous people therefore play a key role in efforts to protect planet and biodiversity. So when I read that, I think, are these pieces that we can use moving forward to, I don't know if we need to create a lobby platform, if we need to legally have legal involved. But I think it's really important that we be and stay on top of this. So thank you.
Yeah, I think the bill is not law yet, so there's still opportunities to give your input, whether it's taken up. I mean, it's better to have it on the record that you gave input, you didn't like certain things about it, and see what happens. And then the regulations must still be, there must still be consultation on the regulations. And I think that is what this bill does, is it really leaves a lot of work to be done in the regulations rather than in the bill itself. So that's another area where there will be, I think you'll probably get more emails about co-development. So that's another area where consultation can happen.
Chief Margaret Salt, Mississaugas of the Credit. We have Mississaugas of the Credit have put a water claim in because we never surrendered any of our rights. And when they were doing a surrender, the chief asked the Indian agent, do you want the water? He said, no, we just want the land. So their own admission of what they wanted was there. But to me, everything is connected. So I wonder, like, we put our claim in abeyance because Son had their claim in there, and we before us, but we thought ours was stronger because we actually had documents to say what they wanted. So it goes back. So now it's I think it's an appeal right now that they're appealing the decision. But my question, I guess I go back to thinking about how does our claim affect, or how impact the two? Are they connected in there, and for the clean water? But going back to the acts, is it 61 and 37, where the original one had stronger wording in there, and now it's more generic, I guess, you know, and like meaning like meaningful. You see that thing on a lot of places, meaningful consultation, meaningful what, like, you ask them what that means, they don't know what it means, because we've asked different times, like, what does that mean? And they can't tell us. But I just don't like the wording in there, like how they soften it, I guess. And they think they're doing us a favor by it. I just don't like the way that they go back and make the wording less strong and in our favor. I would say, because we could ask them those things. So that's just my question is like, how does our water claim interact or act? How can I just find it a little more or something, so my wheels are turning, so I'm just trying to make that connection.
So, thank you for that question, Chief. I think that, any Aboriginal title right to water definitely is gonna supersede what's happening here in this legislation. But, then again, we're seeing in BC in particular, Aboriginal title isn't what we all thought it was gonna be either. Because there is definitely, the province still gets involved in regulating Aboriginal title lands in BC. So we have to be aware of that. It's important that claims like yours go forward so that the Crown governments can recognize that there is jurisdiction in water out there, right? And it makes it more real having those claims out there. I believe, and this was just before I left OKT, that Son didn't want to appeal the decision. There was enough in that decision that was good that they could negotiate something better than having to appeal. And in the sort of the gamble of appealing, right? So you can go ahead without them. I think that it's probably diplomatic just to reach out to Son and say that you're going ahead with your claim now. The most important thing I think with this legislation, and this is kind of, you can give us the mandate to take that next step, is to let you know the key issues that you need to get in this legislation as far as legislative, is the bill being amended. We can give you like there's like 11 things in here that are, have been lost between the two bills. We can tell you the 2 or 3 that we think that is very important. You have to be adamant that you go back to C61's version on those 2 or 3 aspects. You can't live with the bill not including those things. And we can give you that analysis if that's what you'd like to see as far as your advocacy going forward. Those, those handful of things that you need to get, well, we know that, there's like almost a dozen things that you've lost in the 2 versions of the legislation. We can let you know the most important pieces, if that's the mandate you want to give us as far as advocacy.
Yeah, I'd like to add a couple comments real quickly. I think this is a kind of a 2-track thing because I think there's a committee hearings coming up this fall. So it'd be good to have an AI submission on this and maybe another track of going to the ministers directly, both of them and the prime minister possibly. Again, they're putting in there about the right to safe drinking water, but at the same time, I think it's the Shamattawa case where they're saying they don't have that obligation. So it's a case of them speaking out both sides of their mouth, saying something in legislation, but on the other hand, actually saying they don't have that obligation in a court case. So I think it's hopefully one of the areas. The other thing I think that we want to come from in our unique perspective here is in terms of rights of nature kind of framework. Because I think there's already some things with Lake Winnipeg and I think another river where they have those kind of framework going forward, and that we could be kind of bolstered hopefully by us being also part of the One Dish, One Spoon Treaty and having that responsibility of that covenant with nature, and that's goes to the source water protection, I think, mandate where we already have that responsibility, and the Crown needs to know that we have that, so we have to kind of carry those kind of things out, and seeing that as not just they see it as a property to be managed, but we see it as like a rights bearing relative kind of thing.
Look at both of those tracks, particularly like I think about Taiwan and the communities around your lake and the importance of that sort of recognizing the legal personality of that lake would be really important and innovative. There's also something that you brought up, Chief Carr, that I think that's really important. I think that it resonates with treaty peoples as this public trust doctrine that's in US case law, something that we can explore. And there might be a strategy to get something like a public trust doctrine in the right to water on the books. So governments need to really look at that public trust is an important issue before they allow certain things to happen with source water.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, go ahead.
Holly LaForme, AAAI's council member as well as MCFN member. I have a question about the wording for meaningful, whether it's meaningful engagement, meaningful consultation in. We've talked about how important it is, but I haven't yet heard kind of what that means to us. You might find that, being a policy and myself, I'm very interested in use of language as well.
Thank you for bringing that back up. I think one thing that it allowed you to do is say what's meaningful to us, and that's something you can decide and create your own consultation policies about what is a meaningful consultation. So it's less about my opinion, honestly, and more about what is meaningful to you as treaty peoples and to you as nations, as like, how do we want to be consulted? And I think one way that you can ensure that happens is just to have a consultation policy and to say, if you're gonna consult with us, this is what we need. I know.
That's just gonna write a note. So in consultation and accommodation case law, meaningful is actually a term for it. So meaningful means beyond certain things. So to be meaningfully consulted, there's lots of cases about this. It's not that checkbox marking, where you see the same presentation over and over again about a project and they hear, but it's etch a sketch where they just shake their head, they forget everything you said. Meaningfully consulted, so some of the cornerstones of that is things change because they've heard your concerns. That means to be meaningful consulted. So that sort of listening document generation is important for Canada. Canada don't know what we heard sort of documents needs to be reflected in the changes in the legislation. So it is a term of art and it's something that we can actually track to see whether or not meaningful that the standard is being met.
Language.
I was just wondering if we could have a copy of your presentation of the white and mature and water one, because we have a couple, myself is new. And so I haven't been aware of these ones, so I'd like to read it. But just back to that meaningful consultation again, I'm glad you said that it's what ours is, because I remember when we were doing something, and if they just sent you a letter and they said, oh, we consulted with you. No, you didn't, or they just want to talk. We have to make sure that we tell them right off the bat, this is not consultation. So it's good that you remind us that it's on our terms of what that means to us. So I think
Okay, just so you know, that although we didn't manage to get the PowerPoints into the kids in time, they are on the Dropbox link that was sent to all the delegates. And so the materials are available in there, okay?
Yep. The other thing too is, in our firm GFA on our website, we have a number of blogs on both subject matters. So there are like detailed blogs on some sort of public facing sort of the concerns and issues that we're hearing across the country. If I may, just one third item that I just want to raise to your attention because it's important, because I know that we did a briefing on Bill S2. There's a side project that's happening now. We only know this because in another province, there was a big meeting with ISK on this. Is that Canada is looking at a First Nation citizenship legislation. First Nation citizenship legislation. So they want to co-develop that legislation. They still don't know what they're doing with S2. But they have a mandate to co-develop in some manner this First Nation citizenship legislation. So hopefully filling the gap that they feel, or the vacuum that they feel will happen if they do all the Senate reforms that were done to Bill S2, getting rid of the second generation cutoff. So there's a real mandate and there's an open door right now. AI wants to walk through it to start having conversations with Canada about a First Nation citizenship legislation. So probably much like the model of C92, recognizing the right to create your own citizenship laws. And there's some immediate questions already that they have. One of the most important ones for me is because I'm working on so many issues with the Union Register right now, especially in the notion of like a bunch of PCDs and stuff. There are a number of members that are erroneously added to the wrong First Nation on the Indian Register. sometimes it's like 200 members. And so it's a really difficult task to get the registered, remove them and put them on the right First Nation. So especially if that's, you know, there's a big difference between benefits going to the membership. So one of the main questions for this First Nation citizenship law is what do we do with the Indian register now? Do we just get rid of it? So so that's a big question. And that's a question that they're actively engaging on. So we need to think about all the pros and cons with all of that. The one major thing is we need to tell them is stop getting rid of your bureaucracy. Because I think one of the main reasons for the last 4 or 5 years of mistakes happening on the registry and putting the wrong people on the wrong list is there's probably only a handful of people doing that work. And so that's a big problem, eroding the bureaucracy, the fiscal downsizing of the bureaucracy, is a big problem. But so I just wanted to raise this to you and also to let you know that we are actively looking for a client for a second generation charter challenge. And so we're hoping to see the Caldwell delegation here, because I know you were on the Hill talking about second generation, but we were actively looking. We have a funder for the charter challenge, so we're actively looking for a fund for a charter challenge for the second generation cutoff.
Congrats, Sarah, I haven't heard that. And I would like AI to be involved in that.
Oh, yeah.
And importantly, it was, when you talk about the PCDs, we actually implemented a 3-year wait period because of that reason. And, you know, we don't even know how some of the people are on our list. Just don't know them or how they're there, or the affiliation. And when we ask, we don't get a solid answer. So you're right, I think it's just a few people making decisions and not really knowing how, you know, how are you a 6-1 A, B, C, D, F, G? And I don't understand that.
Yeah.
So I just want to thank you for that and ask that we move forward on that. So miigwech, thank you.
Chief Miracle?
I'll have to have my membership clerk bring my list to because I have the same issue with the Chief Carter. These people are, I have no idea who they are. It's just a name. If there's been people and property added to the list, I guess the question is, how are they notifying the chiefs that that's happened and what their intentions are to correct it? And like I said, what is their plan to make sure that staff are adequately trained to handle that responsibility? Because obviously that would indicate to me a lack of training of the staff. But I mean, it has to be corrected and there's just no information. There's no communication, so that's not a very good relationship, is it?
I seen actually on social media that Batchewana was also dealing with the same issue, where there's like just the wrong families being added to their list. You have an important 3-year window to contest a person or persons being added to your membership list by the Indian register. And it seems to me the work that we're doing is once that 3-year window closes, they wipe their hands of it. It's a mistake that you have to live with. So it's really important that you're utilizing that 3-year window. We're looking for the right type of case because we really want to challenge this arbitrary 3-year window.
So the application for status is made to the department. It's not copied to the First Nation, so they can even review whether it's legitimate, their claim to have this and attachment to your community. What you get is a letter saying this person is now a member of your band.
And then that 3-year window starts.
So then how can you contest that if you don't see the application?
There's, yeah,
But you don't know who those people are, say they're connected to, it's just the name.
you do get information. Once you contest it, you do get information.
Oh, so you have to contest, so really you have to contest everybody's that's been added to get the information, that shouldn't be that way.
If you want to have a full-time
They should send
team of
the,
membership clerks.
they should send the application to the First Nation for review and comment before they process it. Then if there's and staff is accordingly in our membership department to do that. To check the records to make sure what's being claimed is legitimate.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a lot of work.
Because otherwise you're gonna have to contest everybody that's added it just to get the records.
And
And
this
that's
is-
gonna create a heavy workload, especially in a large first station.
Yeah,
We
there's a,
wouldn't have the staff to do that.
yeah, we have half a dozen really stupid mistakes being done to put the wrong person on the wrong list. And we're
And the
finding
other-
out the first station.
I know the bill S2 is about adding people to the list according to status. But to me, part of the inequality quarrel is that there's been a lot of non-native women that have gained status through marriage and divorced the native person and remarried another non-native person and still keep the number and the rights that go along with it, where people's grandchildren who have blood attachment to the community can't be recognized.
Yeah, we have.
And so to me, if they divorce, yeah, leave them on the ban, but if they remarry, then I think that should be in that status.
Yeah, or go to the centralized list. It's supposed to be any.
And the non-native women that have acquired status, are they 6'1s or 6'2s? If they married before 1985, everybody's a 6'1, right? So they would be 6'1, so if they had children that have no native blood at all, those children potentially could get status, couldn't they? Because they have a 6'1 parent.
Potentially.
See, that's wrong.
It is wrong.
You opened up a can of worms.
Yeah, I know.
What I was thinking. But,
A very important can. of
yeah, yeah.
worms.
I could see First Nation citizenship law working along the lines of C-92, except with statutory funding and no delegated authority. But are they likely to do that? Probably not. Well, all right,
Yeah,
thank you, Sarah.
Thanks, Sarah. And Emma. We need to accept the report.
All right, we're gonna move to a break in a minute here. We're a little running behind time. We're gonna try to make this stuff moving forward. I just, one thing I forgot to do is get a motion to accept the government relationship and lawmaking report. Can I get a mover for that, please?
I'll move.
Yes, Councilor BBB.
JBB.
JBB.
Yeah.
Oh, I got peanut butter, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, and seconder, Chief Miracles, second that. Any opposed? Abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none, motion is carried. Okay, we're gonna take a quick 15-20 minute break and we'll be back with the housing and there are some resolutions. Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Is that?
Yeah.
Did you stop? I thought you.
I don't.
There's also. Well, I worked here today. Oh, yeah.
Happy birthday, come back.
Oh my God, it's not his fault, but.
Yeah. I remember. Great, did you understand my presentation of the history part of it?
I did.
I just gave a very simple sketch of what it's.
In a nutshell.
But it's what it was. Yeah. They wanted protection of 30 feet, I'll leave it by
Oh, yeah, of course. I'll tell you next slide. Right. I can't wait to this.
Dragging on. Release he's engaged.
I guess that's one I can give those days.
It shows how good you can.
Yeah, that's my use. Yes, that frame.
Yeah, he's always. I'm gonna create a graph.
I didn't push it off.
Yes.
Yeah, this. I
Because I have to.
don't have to read that this week.
That's the hotel, it's on for it. I'm starting to find the.
Do we really? That was fun, you know.
That's not the beginning.
Yeah, that's, like, say that. Nice person. Yeah. You should say I go.
It's really been that.
Seven o'clock. Oh, mine people. Love the darkness. That's wrong. Yeah.
Catch it, boy, yeah, boy, is this hungry, brother?
Yeah, I'm dead right now.
All weekend.
You know, it's still, so that'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, pretty.
You know, I kind of find it summer's not summer.
But when you grow up, you don't get a summer anymore.
That's just that shit. Things are coming. I'm feeling like all day. But me, always seems like after July, like around again, it's over. Like, you know, I found out what's
Down.
Yep. And then to you, she knows about country. No. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I won't be like I'm gonna.
Are you,
I was gonna be on her days. I'm gonna tell him. Yeah, you just tell them like the place and then.
Yeah.
You know, some of the presenters, when I was trying to watch to see where they're at, I get them.
Oh, yes. I know. So should I miss it?
Yeah. Yeah.
They drove by and I sold it. It was pleasure products. And then she was worried about no underwear. She said, "Will you storm there?"
Oh, yeah.
I'm not gonna forget that story.
Yeah, I know. Oh, the stuff.
You were walking up the stairs. I'm running out of underwear.
Oh.
And the thing is, when you're least expect. No shit.
Huh?
Shit.
I know.
You.
But I got from you. I did.
I love you guys too. I am so goddamn sick.
Try to run it down and say, oh, I know.
I'll be quick, like.
No, I'm not rushing, you know, I don't like, I
No, by all means, I love it.
Go ahead and do it.
See, this guy's on prime spot.
Hang on. Why don't you do it and I'll be here by one? Nervy, good. Very and grab.
Yeah. Yeah, what do you?
It's just so. Favorite. You think we can start putting render. Yeah, I was gonna, no, but. So. Or if you're able to back it in, you have to.
Is all okay, right?
That makes me, yeah, that's so daily.
And that's why and this other we use only water and this we use it. I should have an appreciation.
Polish and the chain of because she wants to. Build her life, so that then her achievement be among representative. The alliance. So the clergy had a political role. That was the contract, the Jesuits were. Yeah. So this is actually the photo camera. It is a tree of peace, the guardian spirit of the power. The earth rise from the water. Place the earth God and down got her face on her back, and that's her life on the heart of the planets. Before Queen Elizabeth died, because our people had certainly something, so this was the very qualities. And then this gift of Charles nations. It's correct. Was 300,000. So they are doing it. And this was what got the challenge.
All right, folks, I'd like to kind of get started in a couple of minutes here.
Not. Time to probably because you were saying it to one. They thought was taking care of the attack actually.
Thank you.
Okay.
So we have some.
Okay, so Frank.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll just truncate the rest of this stuff.
Yeah.
So Jeff's education might take me long is, but
Yeah, I will-
Frank's won't be long and Kim will be.
Yeah, what I will do is I will not, I won't speak to. Very impressive. Points of situation I cover most of it in my report, so yeah, I'll just need it.
All right, as we get ready, I noticed Chief Miracle has brought several items up from the Royal Chapel, so maybe if you want to come up and speak to them really quickly, people want to come and see them. I know we covered off that those who went on a tour already saw some of these, but some of you may not have been had the opportunity. So just real quickly before we get on to our schedule meeting. Yeah.
Yeah.
So whenever you're ready.
We've got a full inventory.
All right, attention, please.
Okay, in my address to Sarah this morning, I mentioned about the history and how important the relationship was with Indigenous allies, Native allies, particularly the Haudenosaunee time. There was competition over the fur trade. So both Great Britain and England were imperial contenders. And so they always wanted to maintain a strong relationship with our people. And so the French had placed Jesuit priests to act not only as priests, but act for diplomats for their king, promote the cause of their king economically. And the English people wanted to emulate the same policy, so they placed Church of England clergymen among our people, not only to promote the Christian religion, but to promote the politics and the affection for the English king for military and protection reasons. And so the relationship became strained by 1700 because of land frauds, and our ancestors were rethinking whether we should have this covenant chain with the English. And so to correct that, the colonial governors were worried about the protection for the 13 colonies. So they thought it was imperative that the chain be polished. And so they arranged a visit of what the English style as the four Indian kings. There were five, but one died on the way, so there were four arrived, so they called the four Indian kings. And so in order to show favor to our people, that the affection of the crown was still there for our people, that they valued our alliance and that relationship, the Queen, in a gesture, decorated the chapel at Fort Hunter with Canadian plate called the Queen Anne silver. It's regarded as the most historically valuable silver in Canada today. And so it says, it's the gift of Her Majesty the Queen by the grace of God, Great Britain, Queen to Great Britain, France and Ireland, and Queen to her Indian Chapel, the Mohawk. So these gifts were diplomatic gestures from the Queen, not only for a relation, but to show the favor of the Queen to our people, because they wanted to keep the relationship of trade and military alliance strong with the English. And so these were gifts that were given, and then so in want to hold that one, go there, right?
Medal.
Just before so the
medal.
The medal. So Ontario was celebrating the coming of the United Empire Loyalists who were loyal to the crown during the War of 1812, the War of the American Revolution, pardon me. The Queen, and they celebrate the relationship with the Mohawk allies. Queen Elizabeth gave this chalice here, which incorporates the tree of peace, which is a symbol to our people. On top is the guard, the Great Spirit, which watches over all creation. The roots stretch down to the earth in the four directions, inviting all nations to make peace. The great white roots of peace, and on the turtle's back are the clans, the turtle, bear, and the wolf. And this tradition, every time there was a war and our people served, this is usually when the crown decorated the chapel after some kind of military event. And so the next book there. Just before the death of Queen Elizabeth II, there hadn't been a gift to honor the Second World War veterans. And so the Queen Elizabeth sent over her father, King George VI's personal prayer book to decorate the chapel to honor the service of our people during the time of war, that alliance continued even yet to that time. Then before the coronation of King George III, King Charles III rather, he sent over his great-grandfather, George V's prayer book to decorate the chapel in honor of the relationship that existed, which involves trade and military alliance and religion. And to show that we have royal favor when there's services in the chapel there, the priest wears the pendant that shows it's a royal place, and that's a gift to honor our people in memory of our ancestors and their veterans. And so our relationship has been not only religious, but it's also been political. It's been one of trade, and it's also been one of military support during wartime. So that's what all of that is. It's about the relationship, and that how highly the crown valued that relationship. As I said before, if First Nations and their allies, and originally with our people in the original covenant chain of 1677. And later, other nations entered into peace with the king, and at the Treaty of Niagara in 1764, then they became part of the covenant chain. And I know the Mississauga covenant chain is in St. James's Palace now, in the chapel there. I've seen it when I visited there last 2 years ago. And so that's why we have, whenever the queen or king comes here, they like to come and see our people, because that relationship of friendship and trade and military alliance still exists yet to this day, and it expressed itself again in Afghanistan. Well, we had the death of one of our members in July of 2010. So it's a long history, and our people have always honored that covenant chain to this very day, and now it's time for the crown to honor it's sort of what that relationship is. Sort of.
Thank you for that. And some of these are available, of course, up front for your examination. Okay, I realize the time, and so I'm going to ask for our staff to make their presentations quick as they possibly can. Yeah, so I know we have housing, education, and language to move through. We also have some resolutions, so hopeful that we can hopefully wrap up by quarter 12 or something like that. Something reasonable, so you can either stay and have lunch or hit the road, whatever your plans is. We also have another motion that Chief Carl will be making, and I'll try to put that in here before the end as well, about our advocacy on the White Monter case and intervention. So Frank, Sheriff Housing, Lands Infrastructure Manager, invite you to come.
Thank you, Chief. So, I'll go through my introduction. My name is, Frank French. I'm the Housing, Lands and Infrastructure Manager for AIAI. Originally from Chippewas of the Thames First Nation. I worked as the housing administrator in my community for 20 years. I'm the instructor for Vancouver Island University's First Nation Housing Managers Program. I'm the founding board member of the First Nations Housing Professionals Association, and I'm also elected band counselor to my community. I have Valerie Dockstader, the policy advisor. She's over at the resolutions table. She's from Oneida Nation of the Thames. She brings with her 10 years housing experience and an expert in community-driven planning. So welcome to Val. Val's been with me since March 23rd, so we welcome her to the team. So next slide, Evan. So part of the mandates by the Chiefs Council was to create a housing and lands and infrastructure sector. We have now completed that. I started my work here at AIAI, June 23rd, 25. So part of that, we're going to develop a AIAI Housing Committee. And part of the mandates to advocate for changes to the additions to the reserve. Next slide, Heather. So at the first and second housing symposiums, the working group had identified 4 key priority areas, and this was prior to my work. Communications and governance, community training and mentorship, land and infrastructure, and community-driven planning. So those are the key priority areas housing committee will be focused on when we start our work. Next slide. So I'll talk a little bit about the funding and the finance for this sector. Originally, when I was first started in June of 25, this sector was solely funded by the Chiefs Council's unrestricted dollars. Since then, secured some funding for through the Chiefs of Ontario's Housing Fund. That's in about 5-year funding. We're into year 3, I do believe. That was started before my work at AIAI. Number 2, secured some water funding through the Chiefs of Ontario. I did the proposal for the Great Lakes Watershed, and that's around 3-year funding. So this funding will help alleviate the pressure on the Chiefs Council's unrestricted dollars. So we ain't gonna be so dependent on funding the salaries for our sector. So that's some good news. Number 3 is I did a proposal through Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation to hire a housing intern. It says 1-year position. That ain't gonna happen, but it'll start around August, and we're hoping to run it through December. So we've sent that out to your community. So any youth that are interested in housing, we want them to get involved, because right now we're seeing there's not a lot of youth involved in housing. So that's been sent out, and we sent it to the housing managers too. So if you need a copy of that, please don't hesitate to get that. So number 4, so I did another proposal through Canada Mortgage and Housing. This one is through the Indigenous Skills and Training. And this will actually fund our housing committee, strategic planning, education and training. This is about the biggest proposal that I did. It's a little over 200,000. And June 15th was the closing date. I did hear back from them. They wanted a couple adjustments on the proposal. I heard from them this morning. They're reviewing it now. So we're going to be hopeful this will fund a lot of the work for the housing committee, and hopefully it'll ease that dependence on the Chiefs Council's unrestricted dollars. So as we move along, I'll keep on doing proposals for the housing sector and anything that we can find to build up this sector. Next slide. So the housing committee will consist of 8-member housing managers. As you're all aware, AIA has 8 of them. So I'm just gonna name them. They were at the housing conference, most of them, but those that are moved into this room. So in the are no particular order. Roberta Peters, Moravian, Lisa Cowley, Hiawatha First Nation, Lorraine LaForme, Mississaugas of the Credit, Matt Commanded, Wata Mohawks, Rhiannon Bice, Batchewana First Nation, Laura Phillips, Oneida Nation of the Thames, Heather Gilliland, Caldwell First Nation, and Tom Crane, Mohawks of the Bay. So when I last night I did the math for all 8 of these housing managers, Val and myself, there's over 100 years of housing experience with this group. So we have the team to do it. We have work to do. So that's a pretty big number for the experience in housing. Next slide. Housing committee, so this is something we'll be working on when we have our first meeting, develop the terms of reference, our vision and mission statement, strategic planning and sustained funding models. This is going to be our primary focus. For those of you that don't know, our housing departments are only funded on an annual basis, leaving it impossible for your housing managers to plan long-term. We don't actually get money for a long period of time for 5 to 10 years. That's why the state of our housing is in, because it's all contingent on funding, and we don't get that. So this is something that we're going to really focus on and drilling down on what AI communities need, and the strategic plan will help. Building capacity. So, you know, the First Nations Housing Professional Association says there should be 1 staff member per 40 houses. So if you think about your community, if you have 1 housing manager and you've got 200 houses, that person is overworked. So keep that number in mind. Education and training, not just for our housing staff and our maintenance guys. It has to be for the community members too. There's a lot of unknowns about housing. There's a lot of stigma on housing. This is something that we're going to focus on too, part of the committee and the training that we're going to do. So I keep pushing this back. We're going to have a virtual housing committee meeting in August. We're hoping the first in-person meeting will be September. And by that time, we'll know if we got our proposal to start our work. Next slide. So what has Frank been doing over the past year? Well, like I said, I started June 23rd of last year. We hired Val. Our work plans are created. Right now, there's a lot of relationship building with your housing staff, your water staff, public works staff. I reached out to them. I visited a few of your communities. Also reaching out to London and looking at their homelessness strategies and the way that they're running it. But it's actually just to start a conversation and putting AI on the map that we now have housing, lands, and infrastructure sector. Also working with the Chiefs of Ontario staff, AFN staff. Again, I secured funding for the housing sector. 54 meetings to date. That's probably way higher. The acronyms are all listed there. There's too many to list for the meetings that I've been in. We held our housing conference, May of 26. A lot of you in the room were there. We got some good feedback, Deputy Grand Chief. I know we haven't done a briefing yet, but it's coming. So we'll roll that all up in a report for the Chiefs Council. Attended the Great Lakes Water Conference with the Chiefs of Ontario. We have created the housing committee and we'll be working out our vision mission statement in terms of reference. So research on funding. This one's important because a lot of the funding that's out there is project-based, meaning your communities have to apply directly for it. What our focus is going to be is probably more of education and training, anything we could build up the sector with. I want to make it clear that I don't compete against member nations when I submit my proposals. So the proposals that I do, if Caldwell were to apply and got it, that does not hinder AI or member nations. So I'm very mindful of that when it comes to the funding. We're gonna continue our water funding research, and anything that we find will be sent out to your public works or water departments. I've been also networking with tribal councils and the other PTOs, Southern First Nations, and just to let them know that AIA has a housing sector. I've attended a lot of training, internal and external, and I'm starting to build a relationship with the provincial staff. For my time in housing of 20 years, the provincial government has never been in our conferences, any of our gatherings. It's only federal government. The provincial government is building all around us, while our communities remain under boil water advisories and decrepit housing. So if we can start those conversations at a staffing level, I think that we could build a relationship there. But the provincial government is always absent when it comes to housing. Next slide. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Chiefs of Ontario's Off-Reserve Housing Centre. So at the Fall Assembly of the Chiefs of Ontario in November of 25, a resolution was passed. The subject was First Nation Off-Reserve Housing Centre establishment, board appointment and project selection. The mover was our own Ardon Miracle. The seconder was Shelley Moore. The whole purpose of the Off-Reserve Housing Centre is to divert money away from the Métis organizations, otherwise known as MNO. We all heard it yesterday and the day before that they're not only using our numbers for everything else, they're now using it for housing. Our people are living on the streets in the cities. They're headed back home into overcrowded houses, wearing down our housing assets. We can't build houses fast enough to house our people. So the Off-Reserve Housing Centre, which I believe in, could actually help take the pressure off of our housing managers, our chief and councils, and our member nations. If we have housing off-reserve that's affordable, it could take the pressure off of us. I've read the business plan. It is confidential. I know Chief Ardon has read it. But I'm a believer in it. I think that AIA should have a board appointment, at least a representative. It'll give us the knowledge, the insider knowledge of what's going on, but also designing it by First Nations for First Nations. So that's my thought on it. And I want to be clear. This money for off-reserve will never go to a First Nation. It doesn't flow that way. It's all meant for off-reserve. So if our non-Miracle said, I want that money and I'll look after my own people, that won't happen. Because this is for off-reserve. And I also want to make it clear that this does not take away the issues and the need for on-reserve. We know the issues, but I also think we have to support it because Ardon Miracle said it yesterday. He had a band member that froze to death in the city. I can see why, you're looking to this off-reserve housing center. Because our people are migrating back to the communities, they can't pay the rents. They're just floating around in the cities. And we all know that if there's no housing, the drugs, the alcohol, our social problems begin. So it all starts with housing, working with the health sector, and creating a circle of services, that cross-sector approach, because housing cannot do it alone, health cannot do it alone. We need that sector approach. So that's high level for the Chiefs of Ontario's Off-Reserve Housing Centre. I just wanted to bring it up just as a discussion point, but I'm a believer in it, and I believe that AIA should have a representative at that table because Grand Chief said it yesterday. AIA may be small, but there's a lot of might that AI has. So I'll leave it at that. And for time, but that's it. That's my presentation. I'll take any questions.
Okay, looks like we have one coming up. Chief Merkel.
So urban, rural, northern housing, they're gonna get $4 billion over 7 years. And we had a presentation from the Aboriginal Housing Association into the Chiefs Committee Chiefs of Ontario Housing Infrastructure Committee. And we found out that it's based on self-declaration that you're Indigenous. And they were actually using some of the money to house immigrants who were coming to the landed immigrants who were coming to the community, non-native. So there was a serious lack of accountability of who is benefiting from this money that's characterized as Indigenous. And so it was to this committee approach was to monitor that and to make sure that First Nations people are benefiting from that program. And I guess what I understand on the application, they don't ask for that kind of information. If you just say you're Indigenous, you're just wrapped up and presumed based on self-declarations. Anybody could benefit from the housing that's built from that. And so they want to take greater charge for responsibility because we say we are responsible for our members everywhere on and off reserve. So there has to be a strategy that enables that to happen. And so the purpose of the committee was to ensure greater accountability, where the money is landed. The other thing, when the federal government developed the 2017 10-year national housing strategy, there were programs that were implemented to keep people housed, to help pay rent and that kind of thing. And that program was in Ontario, was called the Ontario Housing Benefit. And for 8 years of that strategy, the money was just handed over to the province to manage, and they interpreted that agreement. While First Nations are not eligible, they're federal. There was nothing in the agreement that excluded anybody. So through several conversations with CMHC and the Minister of Housing, we said there's nothing, there's no statement at all. And I said, as a matter of fact, it flies in the face of the statements made to both the national housing. It was supposed to be Indigenous people were priority, First Nations, people living with disability, women fleeing violence, homelessness. And I said, and we had numbers in spades that were eligible, and the other was this kind of discrimination practice on reserve. So they changed the policy. On reserve is now eligible, but what they did is the municipalities are managing those applications and funding. And so there's a lack of accountability. We've established something with our administrator, Hastings County, but there has to be a distinct First Nation strategy to deal with that. And so I would hope that this committee appointee would ensure that there's those changes needed. And then some of the other policy barriers, we knew there's a crisis in long-term care. CMHC, all the federal governments had said that they don't have a mandate to deal with long-term care, but we changed that as well. So you got to look at the details in these different pots of money to make sure there's nothing that's interpreted to exclude our people on the reserve.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, any other questions? Looks like we have one from Chief Salt.
I just wanted to give you some information. I did an opening on our traditional territory treaty lands for the Canadian Institute for Advanced Research. They're a globally influential research organization, proudly based in Canada. They mobilize the world's most brilliant people across disciplines and all career stages to advance transformative knowledge and solve humanity's biggest problems together. And they're supported by the governments of Canada, Alberta, Quebec, as well as Canadian and International Foundation, individual corporation, and partner organizations. I think it's really important that we start using people like that. I sat with them and we had a conversation, and I was just amazed how much First Nation things they're talking about laws, and I'm like, I gotta talk to you. This one's on water, this one's on environment. So they all help for causes, right? And to do that. So I think because we're always looking for funding, there's an opportunity to make use of people that do those things that are supported by something else that we can get them to carry some work for us. And so their thing is CIFAR.ca. So I think it's for anybody, First Nations or anybody that needs that work done. But I think it's important that we start using those universities and people that want to get their PhDs and our thesis and stuff. We can use those, and it doesn't cost us. a lot of money. So when you go to consultants, that costs a lot of money, but these people are anxious and they have a conscience. They want to work with First Nations people, right? So I think that's an advantage for us.
Thanks, Chief.
Oh, one more. Is that a question, Chief Miracle?
The Building Community Strong Fund can fund water and sewer. And infrastructure development. I know we were successful with the proposal sent in from here. But they have to be shovel ready. And so really the emphasis should be on working with communities to develop a development plan for housing, related infrastructure. And have it and give them the money to engineer, do the engineering work to get shovel ready projects. So they can tap into some of the money that's available right now. They got to go to the Ontario region and get the money and wait because the Ontario capital budget is oversubscribed. So that's going to delay a lot of First Nations people unless they use some of their own resources to get shovel ready projects to be able to plug into some of the money that's rolling out now. So we can't be a Johnny come late because the money will be all gone. So this lack of capital in the Ontario region is a very serious issue. To enable the communities to get shovel ready projects so they can take care of the water and look after the public health and safety of the people. So I think there needs to be a bigger push on Bill Maskey to be a stronger voice at that cabinet table to get some money in place to help the Ontario region. And Ontario has not been getting its fair share of capital money in decades. There was a special study that would determine that. They've done nothing to correct it.
Thank you, Chief.
One other thing. Give you an example, the housing manager for our community, we have 210 rental properties they manage. There's new construction for subdivision. There's mortgages at the Bank of Montreal and RBC, over 125 or so of them that they have to monitor the collection, make sure it's performing well. Plus they have to look after repair for our assets. Plus they have to handle complaints and landlord tenant issues. They give $65,000 a year. We were able to lobby and get another 65,000, but that's not enough to manage a housing department of the size for a large First Nation. And I know all the other communities are for the same thing. Those formulas have not been updated in decades. So it's totally unreasonable to have and then there's all the reporting that has to go along with it. And then if there isn't enough money to, if somebody's on a wait list for years for housing, the staff work in our housing department taking off a lot of it because some people over the wait list. And then the achieving council gets lobbied and pressured to put me out, to put me first on the list because blah blah blah. And so it's all because there's a serious lack of resources. And the housing authority has not been renewed yet. And that's another thing that needs some follow-up.
Thank you, Chief.
Hey, Elizabeth.
Willie Frank, thanks for your update. I know you mentioned working with the city. I don't know if you have a connection with them, but I can happily connect you with the homelessness program at the city. I'll give you my email later.
Okay.
And I was just wondering, like, you guys probably thought of this, but I'm just asking, like, is, you know, part of the home strategy gonna be including home maintenance? You know, we get homes and then like, how do you take care of them? We can't get home equity loans on the res. So, and then, you know, I was thinking, if you connect with the municipality, could we buy land, the nations buy land or get them to give us land in the city and we could build houses on the city?
It's possible, this, just to get back to what you said about the maintenance, I know that's a big topic in many of the communities. And it's a lot of unknowns, our people just don't know, right? So we're gonna work on that education piece. And if it's a video, just to identify, like in my community, I don't expect people to know everything, but at least to be able to identify, if your tap is leaking, well, if you can't fix it, call somebody because that little problem becomes 50,000 later when, so we're gonna work on that. The committee's got a lot of work to do this. But I will be happy to connect because homelessness is a big issue here at AGA.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Awesome, thanks, Liz.
All right, thank you, Frank, for that report. And at this point, I also have to know in a presentation about the Off Reserve Housing Center. I know I want to flag that for the Chiefs Council to make a decision on that so that we can appoint someone to that board. It's better to have some representation than none, I believe, on that one. Okay, so at this point, I'll be looking for a motion to accept the housing report. Chief Miracle moves, and the seconder at the back is
Jody.
Jolene,
Jody.
Jody. Oh, sorry,
Noah.
Noah, yeah,
I'm probably not.
Jody from Alana. Okay, any opposed to that? Abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none, motion is carried. All right. Yes, and a motion around the JFK White Montour strategy. I know Chief Carr wanted to move that. And I would suggest if you're willing, that we can also include working with JFK on the bill C-37 submission and strategy as well. That's okay with you? Do you want to speak to that at all, Chief Carr? No, okay. Do we have are you okay with that addition of the, okay. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Yes, it's Councilor Duckworth that did back there. Okay, any other comments on that motion? I don't see any. Okay. All right, any opposed? Abstentions? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Chief. Pardon? Yes, you can do a comment.
In the case of White and Mentor, I don't know if the member nations know here, but the Mississaugas of the Credit are interveners on the Six Nations litigation. So we would like time to know the impacts of that case, because I know it's for economics and free trade and whatever, but the underlying principles are the same. To say, if you're going to say the covenant chain is asking to be a treaty, then we have to just know how it's going to impact on us, on our claim.
Okay, we can relate that to JFK.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so we will have that noted as well in minutes, and we'll forward that concern to JFK. All right, any abstentions? Opposed? Hearing none, seeing none, motion is carried. Thank you for that. And we're going to move right along here into the education report. So I don't know if Deputy Grand Chief, if you want to say a few words first, and then I'll come up and do a presentation. Always gonna have some resolution, sorry. Sorry, I was
Do you have
trying to
them?
move along too quickly here.
Yeah.
So we have one housing resolution and 3 social resolutions. I'm gonna try to go through those relatively quickly. And it's resolution number 10, lack of supportive housing, moved by Councilor Sandra Moore from Hiawatha First Nation, seconded by Councilor Samantha Lascelles from Alapalilakawee. I'm just gonna read it. Therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved, the General Assembly directs the AIAI to continue exploring supportive housing systems, programs, funding streams, and processes to better support member nations and advocate for supportive housing needs. Further be it resolved that the General Assembly directs the AIAI political executive to prepare a political statement on the shortage of supportive housing in member nations and to advocate for stronger accountability for housing providers receiving First Nations designated funding. This accountability should include reporting on who accesses services with providers that fail to collect or submit this information deemed ineligible for First Nation specific funding. Further be it resolved, the General Assembly directs the AIAI political executive to advocate for equitable, sustainable federal and provincial funding for supportive housing in member nations to advance the supportive housing priorities of member nations through regional processes, and to call on the federal government to provide Ontario First Nations with their fair share of supporting housing funding based on population and demonstrated needs. Finally, be it resolved, the General Assembly directs AIAI to establish a housing and infrastructure forum that brings together AIAI member nations to identify housing and homelessness priorities, share promising practices, develop coordinated regional strategies, strengthen advocacy efforts, and support collaborative solutions that address the unique housing needs of their communities. Does the mover and seconder wish to speak to this resolution? Okay, is there any other comments or questions or changes on this resolution? And again, the second whereas will be changed from cannot be surrendered to will not be surrendered as well. Okay, that's in there already. Hey, Chief Merkel?
I'm not sure if this belongs in this resolution or in the 1965 review of the welfare agreement. But if somebody doesn't have an address, my understanding is that they get $300 a month. If they don't have an address, they don't get the full Ontario work. So how do you expect anybody to find shelter and have food on $300 a month in this day and age? And so and the shelter allowances don't reflect what today's costs are. And so you end up with people having, by the time they pay their rent and their hydro bill and gas bill and phone bill, and because we're in the country, we don't have public transportation. So then they end up with very little bit of money for food. And so to me, I think that all of that whole kind of thing has to be reviewed because it creates a crisis in housing, so they don't pay the rent because they need food or they got a hydro bill. And oftentimes our social workers have to work to help pay those bills so they can stay housed on a crisis basis. Because the real problem is that the allowance isn't sufficient to reflect today's reality. So does that belong to this or is that part of the 65 welfare agreement?
I think honestly, probably both, but we could probably better address that through the 65.
Oh,
Because even if you do have an address, I think your shelter allowance is like 375 or something. Maximum, it's not very much, so. Yeah. Definitely look at that too then. Okay, any other comments on this resolution? Seeing none, ask for a vote on this. Is there any opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none, motion is carried. Thank you. Resolution is carried. Okay, we're gonna go back to the three social resolutions. Resolution number 7, First Nations led Jordan's Principal Metric System, moved by Councillor Catherine Wilson from Hiawatha, seconded by Councillor Samantha LaSalle on the Pali-Lakawee. Therefore, be it resolved, the General Assembly directs AIAI to call on ISC to provide funding for AIAI to host a consultation and engagement forum regarding an AIAI Envision metric system for determining Jordan's principal application. Finally, be it resolved, the General Assembly directs AIAI to continue advocating that the operational bulletin be revoked and for ISC to meet the nation with AIAI member nations individually or regionally to begin developing Jordan's principal metric systems. Okay, Chief Tarr.
Grand Chief, I will move this, Catherine's not here.
Okay.
Councillor Wilson had to leave, so I'll move resolution, I think it's 7, 8, and 9 that her names are on. So I'll move those.
All right, thank you. That. All right, so this is obvious, the information in this one, and hopefully we can make some progress on that. To recent conservation, we'll see. Is there any other statements or questions on this one?
Might have one online too. Oh, no.
No, okay. All right, seeing none, I'll ask for a vote on this. Is there any opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none. Resolution is carried. Resolution number 8, reinstatement of AIAI's 1965 agreement engagement funding, moved by Chief Lori Carr from Hiawatha and seconded by Councillor Jessica Boyer Bennett. Batchewan First Nation. Therefore, be it resolved, the General Assembly directs ISC to reinstate AIAI's 1965 agreement engagement funding, and it is not to be allocated to the Chiefs of Ontario or NAN. Finally, be it resolved, the General Assembly directs AIAI to host in-person meetings to discuss an AIAI specific reform on all full components of the 1965 agreements. Okay, to the mover seconder wish to speak to this? Okay, that's pretty plain what's there. All right, any other comments, questions? Online? Okay, all right. We'll move to a vote on this. Any abstentions? Opposition? Hearing none, seeing none, motion is Resolution is carried. All right, one last one before we move on to education. Resolution number 9, support for First Nations-led income assistance systems. Therefore, be it resolved, AI supports member nations who decide to move away from externally controlled data to a First Nation controlled data and management income assistance system. Further be it resolved, AI supports what the region is doing to submit and support First Nations-led software and management system development, as evident in the Chiefs of Ontario Resolution number 2617A, First Nations controlled income assistance systems, data and case management in Ontario. Finally, be it resolved, the General Assembly calls upon Indigenous Services Canada and MCCSS through the 1965 Indian Welfare Agreement reform process and related joint social services table discussions to provide sufficient, long-term, flexible, and sustainable funding to support AI member nations and other First Nations that choose to develop, procure, implement, govern, operate, modernize, or transition to First Nations controlled income assistance software and related data systems. This funding must include resources for design, technical assessment, cybersecurity, privacy, compliance, training, implementation, maintenance, reporting, audit readiness, interoperability, and ongoing system improvement. Okay, the mover, and again, that's moved by Jessica and Kat, I'll say seconded by Chief Carr. Got to make that change. Would a mover seconder wish to speak to this? No, okay. Any other statements on this? Questions? Seeing none, I'll move to a vote on this. Is there any opposed? Abstentions? Hearing none, seeing none, resolution is carried. All right, okay. All right, so now once again, I will invite the deputy grant chief if he wants to say any words on the education portion before we get to that. Let's take it.
So good afternoon, everyone. It is afternoon. It's now 12:01. I will keep my comments very brief. I just wanted to acknowledge the education sector. I will say they've been quite organized this past year, just in not only hosting, coordinating, facilitating camps, language land-based gathering, plus the education directors meetings over the past year. That's in addition, of course, to attending several Ontario regional focused education meetings, as well as some national dialogue and conversations. The education sector is always prepared, provides me with the information that I need, and we meet often. And I just wanted to acknowledge their work over this past year. It's been really a pleasure to work with the team. So most of the information that I shared in my report on the first day, I believe I captured some of the general themes. So I'm just going to hand it over to Kyla Stonefish, who will present on some of the more detailed specific pieces for you. So Education Director, Kyla Stonefish.
All right. Thank you, Deputy Grand Chief Law, for that introduction. So Segoli, Sego, Anin, Kolomasi. My name is Kyla Stonefish, and I am the Education Manager for AI. So to begin, I just want to firstly and foremost thank Kananega for hosting the AGA this year. I've been teasing with my friends and family because I was here 2 weeks ago for a week for the youth development camp. So it kind of feels like I've been living in Kananega for the past month here. So yeah, I'm just going to use this opportunity to kind of give you an overview of what we've been doing this past year, 25-26. So I thought I would start with some of the events. I know Deputy Grand Chief Locke has touched on some of them, but I just wanted to give you some more information. So in May 14th to 15th of 2025, we hosted the Language and Land-Based Learning Gathering in Alna Calvit, so Delaware Nation. We had a various items on our agenda, such including songs with Miss Kayleen, who was a former kindergarten teacher. So they did some songs in Lenape, we've had canning, language bingo, which was really well received by the recipients. Most of them being language coordinators, education directors. Sometimes we do get post-secondary coordinators that attend our events. I did have the privilege of also helping to conduct a blanket ceremony for Diane Snake, who is the last first language speaker in Delaware Nation. So that was facilitated by Amos Key, and it was a real privilege to be a part of that. So those are some things that we do. We've been running that gathering since about 2021. And we look forward to continuing this initiative in the upcoming years. We also host a youth development camp. This camp's been going on since about 2017, so it was here before I even started. This year it was hosted in July of 2025, so last year by Wata Mohawks. We had the privilege of visiting McMaster Lake. They have some beautiful property there where the kids could canoe and fish. The camp is based for grades 5 to 8. And we focus on earth, water, air, and fire teachings. So we really try to incorporate the community's language as well as their geography and their histories and anything that we do when we go into host nations. It's really important to us. We also hosted the Education Directors Forum this past November in 2025. And then we conduct bi-monthly, education committee meetings, both virtual and in person. And any emerging issues, we come together as a collective to network and kind of share what we know about the current landscapes and climates going on in education. So like I mentioned, we hosted 6 education committee meetings this past fiscal. Each providing federal, provincial, and roundtable opportunities for member nations. These meetings included Jordan's principal updates, education partnerships program, our AI data dashboard, which I'll get into further in the slides, K-12 data, and presenters included the Indigenous Education Office, who presented on adult education, curriculum and student supports. We had Dr. Grant Bruno come in and talk about decolonizing education. We also had the opportunity to have the Justice Department at COO come and talk about the M&O because it was really important that our education committee be well aware and well versed on the historical and political issues when it obtains to the M&O. Like we heard our first day, lots of stuff happened in curriculum when it comes to the M&O. Two education departments come and spoke about some post-secondary initiatives, and we've had constant discussions with AG Tech Consulting, which is the data consultant that we're working with on our dashboard.
Slide.
Yeah, you can go to the next slide if you want. So we do some evaluations. These are just some feedback notes from the events we've hosted. The kids really love fishing. Right to the left there, I did catch the biggest fish last year. And so that whole day, those boys were out there, boys and girls, but mostly Whalen Hill. He was really trying to up his game that year. And he spent most of his day fishing. And it was really interesting because the kids, you know, if you're used to the Thames River, McMaster Lake is entirely different. The fishing is different. And so having these students come in and kind of talk about, you know, this is what my home looks like, this is what the fish look like, really gives them an opportunity to network. I've seen some of the same kids over years building friendships, so it's really awesome to see them growing. Some of them are getting taller than I am, so it's been great. That's just one. The next one. So more into the technical tables I sit on. So the Chiefs and Technical Committee on Languages, this is a regional table for Ontario. The purpose of this table is to support First Nations and regional organizations through consensus building to address and advance First Nations jurisdiction over languages and learning environments. So this is just a kind of a breakdown of who sits at the CTCLL. And as Deputy Grand Chief Loft mentioned, she is the political rep on this table and I am the technician. And we meet probably, I think, bi-monthly, to do and talk about regional updates and anything coming down the pipeline. So that's that. So one of the tables that kind of has been formed out of the CTCLL is the OTIFA, which is the Ontario Technical Table on the Interim Funding Approach. So essentially, this is any of the K-12 education funding formula data for Ontario First Nations, which is inclusive of learners over 21 now, something that we advocated for. And it continues to be monitored and adjusted. So in 2025-26, OTIFA was restructured to improve the formula to align with the provincial core education funding, which is formerly known as the Grants for Student Needs. OTIFA is currently securing the data for isolate school boards from the Ministry of Education, which will enable ISC to develop a new formula for the model. Once this is drafted, OTIFA will analyze the merits of applying the new model. So we basically have new data from First Nations communities where we didn't have any existing data. So we're using that data to replace some of the proxies that we originally put in for this formula. So in 2025-26, the task teams will be focused on examining the effectiveness of proxy school boards, how special education is funded, First Nations data collection, how the provincial responsive education programming is applied, and how provincial school board administration's funds are applied. So each task team is built from different PTO members that are interested on sitting, and they meet as needed. So OTIFA looking forward, one of the biggest issues that we've been finding with the formula is that in the formula, we are kind of considered second level services in the eyes of ISC for K-12. So it kind of appears that we are taking money, I guess you would say, from member nation communities and communities at large, when really it's just based on proposal-based funding from previous years. So really we're trying to advocate regionally to have a separate pot of funding, new money for third level kind of service organizations such as COO and Anishinaabe Nation, ourselves, and tribal councils. Because we are not tied to nominal roll, we do not directly service students, and we are more of a governance and advocacy body. So that's why we are trying to separate that money. There is a resolution that will speak to this later on, but I just wanted to make you aware of that. So these are the other tables we sit with at Indigenous Services Canada. So as Sydney had mentioned, we have an internal Jordan's Principle working group. This working group has really heightened in this last year. I've received a lot of concerns about EA supports, high cost special education, transportation, and we've done a lot of consultation and advocacy in this area when it comes to directly working with Jordan's Principle and the region. So been writing a lot of letters and kind of investigating certain specific high needs students and the things that they need. So that's kind of that table. The Ontario bilateral education table. This is our direct line with Indigenous Services Canada, so headquarters. We are not part of the AFN in education. We've due to the unfairness of the formulas that were coming our way. So this table advocates and directly meets with headquarters outside of the AFN, and their initiatives are kind of listed there. So governance and advocacy, K-12, post-secondary, adult education, the EPP program, and more recently, we've been looking at education infrastructure. There's a lot of engagements we've been kind of helping with in terms of the school priority ranking framework and how ISC could better improve how they vet that process and who gets a school. One of the The biggest, I guess, working groups that I probably sit on that's really been heightened in this last year is the Ontario First Nations Special Education Working Group. This group provides recommendations on issues and specific strategies related to special education. And it includes participation on the yearly high-cost special education needs-based applications. And I just wanted people to be aware that for this past year, there was a record number of 45 applications with a total ask of 24.1 million, and only 8.2 million was available. So this really shows the impacts that the bulletin, Jordan's Principal Bulletin, has kind of created since February of last year. And then in terms of the provincial side, so we do have the First Nations Lifelong Learning Table, which is kind of more of our direct line with the Ministry of Education. We do have a bilateral agreement with the Ministry of Education. We recently hosted a retreat with all the different PTOs and COO in MBQ. So actually we were at Ohahaze. You'll see us back. That's us right there. So just next door, we did a tour and, kind of talked about the emerging issues within the Ministry of Ed. Our coordinator, our lifelong learning coordinator, she attends the Indigenous Lead Gathering, which happens every fall, just to connect with school boards across Ontario. We're also active in the Ku Language Gathering that happened this past October. And then the First Nations Lifelong Learning Table as a whole, they just established a TPA, so a transfer payment agreement, to start some initiatives within curriculum. So the idea is for them to create 4 permanent seats for First Nations organizations to participate in the curriculum development review and processes at all stages. We do get these inquiries of curriculum revisions and reviews, and we do send them to the Education Committee, to which anybody can really participate and revise or develop that curriculum if they choose to. We've been trying to create like a contact list of curriculum reviewers for the past year now. So I don't have too much time. These are just some photos from the youth cultural camps. This is another transfer payment agreement that we hold. I just wanted to highlight and, honor some of the things that the member nations have supported this past year. So Wata Mohawks use these funds to support their cultural camp for 28 youth, focused on strengthening cultural identity, community connection, Mohawk history, and they did some medicine and healing salves and soap making. Oneida Nation of the Thames supported 30 students in their after-school program focused on academic health, nutrition, and cultural learning. And they also did their first annual Setting Sun Ice Hockey Tournament, which I'm sure you might have seen in the paper, to which 120 youth participated. And there were some secondary students that earned refereeing volunteer hours. Caldwell First Nation held a fall and spring cultural camp for 56 youth, inclusive of fire making, cleaning, scrapping, medicine making, water drum, and shaker making. Mississauga The Credit supported 30+ youth to go to a basketball academy and camp, and hosted summer and fall socials within their school. Hiawatha First Nation supported 12 youth and hired 4 youth to facilitate the 4th annual ice fishing event. And MBQ serviced approximately 70 youth to participate in various workshops, such as cradleboard, moss making, a 2-week youth language camp, singing, dancing, lacrosse, storytelling, and strawberry teachings. Elna Pawi supported approximately 30 youth to attend family camp, which included language scavenger hunt and bingo, songs, crafts, swimming, and outdoor games. And then last but not least, Batchewana First Nation undertook many youth workshops such as birch bark making, soaps and carvings, woodland art workshop, and team building games. So that is kind of that TPA. We also have another agreement with the Ministry of Education and ISC, which refers to the Education Partnership Program. These are the initiatives that we support for member nations projects. So community language champions, measuring Oneida language proficiency, Bachelor on well-being, Wata sharing of expertise in the classroom, and the Oneida Second Language Teacher Network. So we do have an EPP lead who conducts and monitors reports with both funders. And it's kind of just the budget, I guess, for this year. And then I just wanted to recognize our last year's scholarship winner, Phoenix Logan White from El Napawi Lakawit. That scholarship was created to promote and recognize First Nations excellence in education and to honor AIA Elder Lois Cornelius. So that's just a picture from last year. And then in the inclusion of data for future years. So, AIA submitted a regional education proposal to create an AIA education data dashboard, which would allow us to access data from 2017 to current and kind of develop it into something that is more tangible. There's a 140-page document that you could read on the K-12 formula, and really we're just trying to illustrate this in a dashboard that's more, you know, can be actually read. And we want to identify the trends, the gaps that we're seeing year to year within the formula allocations and the allocations in general. I do have copies of the dashboard. I just would want them back because we have not officially launched the dashboard. It's just kind of in the works with the education committee with refining the numbers. And it still has yet to be launched. So that copy's over there. I do have copies of the summaries for language and land-based and Youth Development Camp if you want to read more about that. And yeah, so I did want to address some of the issues that were brought forward on Monday. Some of them, I know youth came up here and asked about the student absences and it being an issue. So student absences from school have been ongoing and growing as a systemic issue. As Deputy Grand Chief Locke mentioned, the Ontario Bill 101, the Putting Student Achievement Act, First Act, links attendance and participation directly to final grades. So this went through in May of this year. Attendance counts for 15% of the final marks in grades 9 and 10 and 10% in senior years. So we have a resolution coming forward to the floor to retain First Nations, Métis, Inuit K-12 data because that's how the Ministry of Education retains their data from affiliated school boards of the member nations. So these data points include graduation rates, course enrollment, marks earned in courses, attendance, IEPs, special education, report card marks, and suspension. So AIA will be more focused on the aggregated data of these indicators and not on personal identifiers, such as students' names or the specific contents within the IEPs. This will help us monitor the impact of Bill 101 and help advise member nations of any student intervention and or resources to help the learners succeed. So that resolution is going to come to the floor as well. I know Chief Miracle also mentioned the claims of Indigenous ancestry within various institutions. I just wanted to let people know that there are institutions that are kind of implementing a declaration of Indigenous citizenship and membership or designated or preferred opportunities for Indigenous students, staff, and faculty. So I know UWO has recently implemented that. And I do have a copy here if you do want to see what that kind of looks like, but it's still kind of something that institutions are exploring. And it was mentioned about the Métis content in Ontario curriculum and seeing it in your kids, I guess, workbooks and things. AIA has written to the Minister of Education to address both the political issues with First Nations and the Métis Nation of Ontario. We've illustrated inaccuracies of the Métis resources, such within the Métis education kits produced by the MNO, As Deputy Grand Chief Locke mentioned, Métis currently receive funding for curriculum development and resourcing, to which AGA has taken a strong position that we stand with First Nations in Ontario in our collective opposition to the MNO and their false claims sweeping the province. And we continue to call on the Ontario government to seize all agreements and funding to the MNO until their claims are independently verified. So we do have some dialogue happening with the minister on that issue. And I'm happy to share any more information that you may need and take any questions at this time.
So is it Minister Calandra is the Minister of Education? So I'd be writing a letter to say if you can fund the media to peddle their message, they should be funding us to peddle our message in the education institutions, because there's a lack of balance there. And the reason why I think that's happening is that, but they're gonna, on consultation, they're gonna gain a yes vote for everything they want and overpower the First Nations people. It's just to undermine the consultation process. I think that's why that's happening. So I'd write him a letter to say we'd like a response.
We have written to him about the accountability and transparency with all the school board governance, things changing. The minister is kind of, eliminated some of the trustees in different, school boards. He has more autonomy, now than he's ever had. And we've kind of we did write to him and we did get a response. So I'm happy to share those responses.
The other thing I would recommend is that there should be an academic committee to develop the curriculum, and we should get on with it, because otherwise the train has left the station and we're chasing it down the tracks. We need to get ahead of this. Because the media are well resourced and they have a plan and they're moving forward very quickly, and they're influencing change for their benefit at our expense. So we gotta get ahead of it. And maybe take some academics to a meeting with Paul Calandra and ask him if he's willing to give money to create this committee and to hold off on any more money going to the media people until there's a balance achieved here. If they're going to act, they can't just hear from them. That's not proper consultation.
Agreed.
My name is Kaya Musgrave. I am an Indigenous student support worker up in Sudbury at the Rainbow District School Board. So, but I'm from Hiawatha. And I guess my question would be, there is a lack of JP funding for educational assessments. And then when they do get approved and they get the money for that, there's a lot of cases that are in limbo with getting those resources, such as an EA or such like that. Is there somebody in AI that advocates and advocates for those specific children in the communities?
Yeah, so I do get those requests. And that's why we have social health and education kind of working together. So all of our committees have kind of created this internal committee. And we kind of talk about those issues because we do get individual student claims now about, this child needs something and it's not being funded by Jordan's principal anymore. So that would be the committee, and Sydney has been spearheading that. So yeah, that's been great. So yeah, I would suggest, like, if you do have an issue, I'm happy to bring it to the Jordan's Principal Working Group and my team to look at some solutions.
Yeah. Awesome, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I don't see any other questions, so just wanted to thank Kyla and team for presenting today and putting that together for us. So we have 3 resolutions to get through, last 3 resolutions of the day before we, I'm sorry? I cannot see that, nor was I informed. Thank you, but I am now. Cindy.
So sorry, Deputy. I just want to quickly say, because I did hear that question for Kyla.
I see you.
Can you hear
We
me?
can't hear. Hold on, just wait a second, Sid, we're gonna
Okay.
adjust some things over here.
Hello?
Okay, Sid, you wanna try?
Hello, hello?
No, no, not yet, hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Good,
Yeah.
Sid?
Hello?
Oh, wait, we got you.
Okay, so- sorry about that. I did hear the question and I just wanted to let everybody in the assembly know that if there is particular requests or something that you need assistance with or support on, we do push it
Sorry about
to.
that. I did get a question and I just wanted to let everybody in the assembly know that if there is particular requests or something that you need assistance with or support on, we do push it.
Hello?
Sorry about that.
Okay, I think we're on the loop here.
It's her.
Oh, yeah, we got a loop. Hello, when I hear the hello for the fourth time. So I'm not sure what's going on with our tech, but maybe we can. Yeah, Sid, if you're able to put this in the chat, your comment that I can read out. We'll try that. There's a lot of feedback.
Lucky back because she's got her mic on at the same time.
I think she wants to say, give us your station number.
Hey, are we able to try a speaker for them?
Just-
It's playing back. This is, it's like my biggest nightmare. Nobody wants to hear themselves 5 times over again. So Sid says, email us and we'll push it for advocacy. Let us know. We've had a few successful approvals lately. Actually, we just had one last week. Which was great. Don't. Don't worry about it. It's all good. She's good. We're good. So if anything comes up, let us know. Okay? Let's cut the speaker. Where's the speaker? All right, let's get through these 3 resolutions. I know that we're losing some folks who are hitting the road. So you have 3 before you for education. We have resolution
Not sound.
number 11. And this is support to increase the post-secondary student support program fund. So this is the PSSP.
Put it down.
This is moved by Councillor Elizabeth George Antone on the Nation of the Thames and seconded by Chief R. Donald Merkel, Mohawks of the Bay of Quinte. And therefore be it resolved, the General Assembly directs AIAI to call on the federal government to uphold their fiduciary responsibility and commit to statutory permanent PSSP, that's why we say triple S, funding that is equitable, sustainable, accounts for inflation, and ultimately needs-based, and reflection of population growth of AI member nation communities. Finally, be it resolved, the General Assembly directs AIAI to continue working directly with Indigenous Services Canada headquarters through the Ontario Bilateral Education and Learning Table to advocate for in-community funding requirements and to further 26-27 post-secondary education core team initiatives surrounding capacity, engagement, and collaboration, data analysis, and advocacy. Comments, questions, Chief Saul?
Okay, it's a word on there. So I think fiduciary obligation is stronger than their responsibility.
Great.
That, because that's words they use, fiduciary obligation.
Is the mover okay with that suggested amendment? I see a thumbs up. Okay, Councillor Antone, seconder, good with the amendment. So we will swap out responsibility for obligation. Excellent. Any other questions or comments on the resolution? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any objections? Abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none, that resolution has passed. Yeah. Move to the next one. This is resolution number 12, expanding access to K-12 and post-secondary education data. Moved by Councillor Ian Duckworth, Caldwell First Nation, seconded by Councillor Jody Noah, Illinois. It's a long one. Here we go. Therefore, be it resolved, the General Assembly directs AIAI to draft additional consent letters to obtain aggregate elementary, secondary, and post-secondary data from EDU, ISK, and member nations, and incorporate this data into the dashboard. Consent letters will be provided to leadership for approval and signature prior to distribution. AIAI will seek biannual renewal of permissions at the AGA or a Chiefs Council meeting. Further be it resolved, the General Assembly directs AIAI to work with the AIAI Education Committee to obtain elementary, secondary, and post-secondary data for the dashboard. Data requested from member nations includes nation-specific K-12 success measures, depending on what is relevant and available within each nation, and the number of PSSSP applications, approvals, and denials. Further be it resolved, the General Assembly directs AIAI to establish a data sharing agreement with EDU as required by EDU that outlines permissions surrounding the specific elementary and secondary data requested. Data requested includes enrollment, graduation rates, course report card marks, attendance, individualized education plans, exceptionalities, and suspensions. Further be it resolved, the General Assembly directs AIAI to continue work on internal data collection management policies, including a data sharing agreement and any additional protocols needed. Further be it resolved, the General Assembly directs ISK to include AIAI and all correspondence related to elementary, secondary, and post-secondary data, funding, and programs. AIAI has the authority to seek clarification and inquire with ISK on all data retrieved. This reduces the unnecessary burden of member nations needing to repeatedly reconfirm consent to have AIAI analyze data on their behalf. Finally, be it resolved, the General Assembly directs AIAI to report findings and outcomes at the Annual General Assembly 2027. Comments, Chief Saul?
Sorry,
Correction.
I'll wait all these 2 days, I guess. Change responsibility into obligation. But isn't this kind of a step backwards? Because I remember at one time that attendance did play a big role in there, and sometimes the schools would suspend your kids from if they didn't attend. My kids always said they were in attendance, they were in the cafeteria. I haven't explained that to them. But I think we're almost going backwards doing this, because when they kick your kids out, then if it was my child doing that, I would have to meet with the school. And if I wanted my child back in the school, I had to pay the tuition. So then the school board is double dipping because they've already been paid the tuition, which a lot of parents didn't know. And I'd say, don't pay it because it's already paid on there. So it just seems like they're reverting back again to say attendance. Because I think what happened during COVID and when the kids were online going to school, that kind of made them lazy, right? So they don't feel they don't need to go to school. But I think we're just going a step backwards for them to go back and say, okay, if you're not in attendance, has a reflection. But that's the way it used to be like 5-6 years ago. So why are they putting attendance to make such a big deal about that again?
Yeah, no, I mean, really, really good comments. These are certainly conversations that we've been having at the regional level in terms of that inclusion in Bill 101. Sorry, I think I misspoke the other day. I think I said Bill 33, but I have all these numbers in my head. So Bill 101. So you're right, it's a little bit draconian. Draconian's, that's the correct term. Very concerning. I would say there's active ongoing conversations about the impacts to students that's happening at our provincial tables as well. And in terms of this particular resolution, it's just to ensure that we're capturing that data, that we're collecting that data and able to report back on the impacts and implications of that through our data dashboard. Yes, Chief Mark.
The government usually raises privacy legislation that this is personal information and, you know, you'll need the consent of the parents to release this information. And so are there legislative impediments that we need to work out here with this data collection system? Because I know our kids are bused into Belleville and to other schools for secondary education. So they're going to be governed by the provincial legislation about those records. And so what we have in our communities, we have an education counselor that works in the school and they monitor all that stuff. And then usually the school board comes once a year and gives our council a report on how our kids are doing in post-secondary education. And actually this year when I went to the graduation, I was very pleased to know that the majority of them, I think, were on the honor roll. So they're doing quite well.
Awesome. Congratulations. Yeah, just to your comment, this is aggregate data that would be requested. There's no personal identifiers. So my understanding is that we wouldn't require any sort of legislative changes. It's been raised as an issue.
It says like the First Nation, Inuit, BT data are, like, my understanding is that if the kids are on reserve students, they're considered non-pupils of the board. So like, just in the interest of like, when you're submitting like a freedom of information request, the more specific you are, the better. So like, if you ask for just FNMI data, it might not include our kids coming from reserve because they're considered non-pupils of the board. It's my understanding. So you may, when making the request, if it's approved, specify First Nations non-pupils of the board.
For sure. Thanks for that. Yeah, that'll be part of the those procedures and requesting that data. Any other questions, comments? Okay, and I think there was the one change. Sorry, Chief Salt, I just wanted to ensure there, confirm with you there was a one change from responsibility to obligation again. Just wanted to check in with the mover. Councillor Duckworth, are you good with that change? Excellent. Councillor Jody Noah, you're okay with that change? Okay, great. So it's been moved and seconded. Any objections to that? Any abstentions? That resolution is carried. On to your final one of the day. Here we go. All right, it's resolution number 13. Look at 13. Separate funding from the interim funding formula IFF for political territorial organizations, Chiefs of Ontario and tribal councils. This is moved by Councillor Ian Duckworth, Caldwell First Nation, seconded by Councillor Elizabeth George Anton, Oneida Nation of the Thames. No. Therefore, be it resolved, the General Assembly directs AIAI to work with ISC headquarters through the Ontario Bilateral Education and Learning Table to co-develop a new and appropriate funding source and model for PTOs, COO, and TCs that is distinct from the IFF. This distinct funding must not negatively impact the funding received by AIAI member nations. Further be it resolved, the General Assembly calls upon ISC to restore 2017-18 funding protection for service providers until an appropriate funding approach is established. Finally, be it resolved, the General Assembly calls upon ISC to provide AIAI with annual service mapping overviews as they pertain to AIAI member nations, elementary and secondary funding, provide transparency to all services funded, available for member nation students and funded through the IFF or otherwise. Any comments? See Chief Miracle. Comment, question, revisions.
So this is about the funding for the territorial organizations and the data collection concerning that. But I think it would be good if you ask in this data collection, how much own source revenue that the First Nations has to talk about post-secondary education, because I know it's increased astronomically here because of the lack of federal funding. And so we lobbied ISC about that whole issue in our last lobby session. And so we gave them numbers, but it's over $500,000 now.
So I'll just look to Kyla, just to note that for the data collection piece, is that something that we can consider? I don't know if that needs to be in the resolution. That resolution has passed, the previous one for the data collection, but I think there might be something that has been identified in that if we were to read that over again, that would capture that data set. So resolution number 13, any comments or questions? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any objections to that? Any abstentions? Dun, 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 dun. It's carried. Ooh, last resolution done, I believe, right? Right? We don't have any more resolutions? Oh, yes, of course. Very important, very important. We need a motion to accept the education report. Okay, Chief O'Donnell, Merkel moves, and I see Councillor Noah has actually seconded that. Any objections? Abstentions? We're good to go. Excellent. All right. I think right now I will pass it over to Grand Chief Abram to, oh, actually, no, we have language. I'm so sorry, but we have no language resolutions. Is that correct? So we are done the resolutions, but we have a little bit more work to do. I recognize the time. I'm going to invite Kim Snake up to provide the presentation on language. And then I'll invite you with it. You can invite yourself though.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know how much we are pressed for time, so I will try to go through this very clearly and succinctly. My name is Kimberly Snake. My meaning of my name is the one who speaks. I will let you fill it in, whether it's skillfully, out of turn, or whatever that means, but it's all positive. So I'm going to start my presentation on today's discussions. I'm going to talk about the AI Language Committee, a year in review. Planning for the future, funding for language, issues affecting language, and CRU and AFM. So, a year in review. The AI Language Committee is represented by 7 First Nations. The committee members are as follow: Carrie Ann Peters from Caldwell First Nation, Angela Noah from Gawit, Erica Eli from Oneida Nation of the Thames, Jill Stevens, Hiawatha First Nation, Hannah Sewell, our newest member from Bechuana First Nation, Sarah Cholo, Waka Mohawks, and Jessica Brandt, who is in here today. Good wave there, Jessica. So far we've had 7 meetings and in-person meetings. One we've had in London, Ontario, and the second one in Hiawatha. So Erica Elijah from Oneida Nation was good enough to open her doors at the Oneida Cultural Center, Language and Cultural Center there. And the ladies got to see firsthand the good work that they were doing there. It is an amazing process. Elder Alm is there. And you can see in the picture, you know, they're learning, they're at the board. In the smaller picture, the girl is actually has her baby underneath her. So they have language nests there. They are doing amazing work. We were also impressed. The second meeting, in-person meeting we held was in Hiawatha First Nation. Oh my God, what a beautiful building. We all talked about it. It is one gorgeous building, their administration office. And we had someone come in and talk to us about serpent mounds. Very informative, some things that you just learn from firsthand. And it was really good. All the ladies had questions for the gentleman there. So thank you to Oneida Nation and Hiawatha for opening up their doors. We've had a couple of, I think 5 Zoom meetings, half day. So we're planning another meeting very soon. Next slide. A year in review continued. We've completed our terms of reference. And one of the things that the ladies had talked about is that they want to normalize language in our communities. Normalize it, make it every day. They are talking about revitalizing a language as opposed to language revitalization. And what's the difference in those two? Language revitalization is a strategy. How are we going to get there? What are we going to do? Revitalizing a language is action. Now, what can we do now to get our language back to our people? So the committee's also completed committee connections, and it's a basic snapshot and an understanding of where they are in revitalizing their language. They presented to each other. They completed their documents on the number of speakers they have, the number of high proficiency speakers, the classes that they offer, if they have a language plan, what are their goals, what are their strengths, and what are their weaknesses. So in the first graph, you can see number of first language speakers in their community. And I'll never forget Oneida Nation's document to everyone in the room that said they only have 10 speakers left in the world. The world. So if you look at Watamohawk, they have one. El Napawi Lahkawit has one. But when it comes down to that basic understanding, that's 10 speakers left in the world. That's one speaker. We need to revitalize a language. We're looking for action now. Next slide. So those are first speakers. What about high proficient speakers? So if you can see by the graph, Bachuan has 10, El Napawi has 7. These are second language speakers who are trying to continue. Hiawatha has no speakers. Oneida Nation, like I said, has 10 first language speakers, and they have 10 proficient speakers. Tyendinaga has 2, Watamohawk has 1. If these numbers aren't startling, you know, they're kind of depressing. That really makes me think, it makes all of us think and take a step back. Next slide. So they asked themselves, do you have a language plan? And I understand a couple of years ago that AI funded to the nations to develop a language plan, but those change. You know, a 5-year language plan, they're being updated. So right now we have 4 nations with a language plan and 2 that do not. Slide. Planning for the future. What does this committee want to do for the future? We're looking at doing a language symposium, not a conference, a symposium. We're looking to get 4 to 5 language advocates, whether that's leadership, speakers, you know, someone interested in language from your communities who will come together to formulate that and to listen as to what we can do as a committee to move forward. We're looking at that symposium in the fall of 26, or this more likely the spring of 2027. So the committee's also completed a small survey, and we sent it out to the language people in general from all your First Nations. The 3 top areas that they're looking to find more information on is connection between mental wellness and language. And there is a connection. Our people are empowered, our youth are empowered by knowing a language, our languages. They want to see how to develop a community plan. What does the community plan look like? Who do we engage? Who do we ask? How do we get there? Creating a community language policy. What does that policy look for your community? Specific community. How does it capture the information we want or you want for languages in your community? I forgot to say that symposium, we're looking for funding from the Ontario Trillium Foundation. We're looking for $100,000. That may encompass 1 or 2. That is opening very soon, if not yesterday, and it closes August 19th. So lots of work to do. So what are the anticipated results of this symposium or symposiums? We're looking to do a regional strategic plan. Because when we have a plan, we can apply to the funder. No plan, you can't apply to the funder. So this creation of a strategic plan will lead to work that the language committee can focus on. We will do a work plan and set to meet targets on what we can work towards, what is important, what should we be focusing on. This is feedback from your nations, from the language symposium to the strategic plan. And as I said, you need a language plan to apply to the funder. Next slide. So what does the funding look like? From 2024 to 2029, under Heritage Canada, there is $225 million, which equals $45 million a year. If each nation, 3,536 nations in Ontario, had a language plan and applied to the funder, that money only goes $12,000 per nation. So it is challenging. You need a language plan. It needs to come very strong. You need to have specific goals in order to get language back into your communities. And that's what the committee is looking for. They want language in their communities and they want speakers. So under the Indigenous Languages Act, the Department of Canadian Heritage is responsible for the funding. In Ontario, in British Columbia, there is a third-party funder. The third-party funder in Ontario is the First Nation Confederacy of Cultural Education Centers. There is no core funding for Indigenous languages. It is all project-based. So if you have a project this year and you complete it through the third-party funder that we have, you got to think of another project to do next year, and another project to do next year, and another project to do. So it's done in pieces. Is it leading to fluency? I don't think so. Next slide. Issues affecting funding. The First Nations Confederacy of Cultural Education Centers, and I'm really proud of my committee for bringing this forward. Our nations have expressed difficulties in dealing with the funder. Bad communication, threats, non-payment. So the way the funder has been talking to our communities, your communities, is not acceptable. And at the Chiefs of Ontario's office, from the Leadership Committee on Languages, it was brought forward. And the Ontario Regional Chief has written to the funder asking for improved services. And the funder met with the Ontario Regional Chief and they made some commitments. They opened up their website more. The Chiefs of Ontario is going to have a committee member on their project review committee. These are just standard that we should know. Who's reviewing Ontario's projects? Who's part of the review committee? I don't need to know names, but I should know that someone competent or organizations or someone's competent reviewing your language plans. And we don't want to hear, you'll never receive another grant from us again. So those services are starting to clear. And there's a commitment from FNEC to do better. And we'll watch. The Office of the Commissioner for Indigenous Languages is also embedded in the Indigenous Languages Act. Problems there are they spent $10 million on the WAVES conference. I love the WAVES conference, by the way, it was in 2025. But now they're under audit for spending $10 million on it. The Office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages, their role is to do dispute resolutions, but at the LCOL from CRU, we couldn't bring forward any dispute resolutions to the Office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages because they weren't set up. And they've been in business now for over 5 years. So the OCIL has returned, they had to return $66 million back to the coffers of Canada. And they did ask if they could keep it, 56 million, and put it towards the Indigenous Languages Program, more funding for all of us. Unfortunately, the government of Canada said no. So $56 million went back. That's $56 million in projects somewhere that could have been completed to sustain our languages. They were allowed to keep 10 million. What the OCIL is doing is they're conducting a national survey and report on the adequacy of funding. And that's being done by Dr. Daniel Brandt from Tanganyika First Nation. I got a chance to talk to him yesterday. We're going to talk more. He's now completed his initial survey. Our communities had the opportunity to use the, fill out the survey with him. The question is, what is the definition of adequacy? That's going to stump us all. Right now, our nations are using own source revenue to fund cohort students in their nations. They're using it themselves. That's monies that we could use, but we're not there yet. So we're trying to determine the adequacy of funding. Next slide. So the Chiefs of Ontario and the Assembly of First Nations, you've heard me talk about the new teacher certification pathway. That's ongoing. They're completing the framework only. Details as to how the framework will operate will be worked on after it is approved. They're looking at 2027 for the new framework. And the new teacher certification pathway will allow an Indigenous or First Nation language speaker to become certified by the Ontario Colleges and Teachers without having to go through that long process of a degree. There are still a number of hoops and jumps to go through, but when you look at the stats, there are 200 language teachers in the province of Ontario. There are 2,700 students in Ontario that are taking language classes in the school system. There are 57,000 self-identified First Nations peoples or students. And there are 2 million students in the provincial school system. So this is the reason why they're trying to get more First Nations speakers out there. The reason was they were experiencing some racism, some feedback, they weren't getting wage parity. So the college, Ontario Teachers College, together with the Ministry of Education said, hey, let's work and get these teachers certified. And that's why the new teacher certification pathway is moving forward. At the Assembly of First Nations, they have said you cannot get First Nations or Indigenous languages into the Canada Languages Act because they'll start to take away how you teach it, how you roll it out. They did hire Dr. Heather Bliss to conduct a survey on behalf of the Assembly, understanding the various factors that impact communities' funding needs to strengthen and revitalize languages. That report is to be completed in September of 2026, and Dr. Bliss has agreed to break down findings for our AI communities. Next slide. And I'll cut it there. Do I have any questions? I like to say that these ladies are passionate. Do I know all the answer? No.
Ani wena buju, boje shaone wasko ne indigenous cause, makodoro Mississaugas of the credit nunjaba, gigido kwe Mississaugas of the credit. While I was listening through your presentation, I did attend the land-based and language learning conference. Oh, I forgot to translate. I'm a counselor for the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. I'm from Mississaugas of the Credit, I'm here claim. I did attend the language and land-based learning conference this past year. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay for the whole thing. But I was happy and excited to be there because it was on the land and learning a lot of those things. But while I was listening through your presentation, one of the things that I was thinking about, I just finished a program through the Passway-Ottawa Immersion Program through Fanshawe College in Chippewa-the-Thames. And while I was talking with Monty McGecky, one of the things that we identified or that I talked about with him a lot was that we constantly do research all the time. We're always doing research. Well, we got to find a plan. We got to formulate the plan. In my community, we have had no first generation speakers since probably the early 1900s. And that's sad. The last speaker probably passed in the early 1900s, and in the last year and a half, 2 years, we've had 4 community members go through the immersion program, come back to the community, and they're starting to try to teach as much as they've been learning. My sister is currently doing a BA program with early childhood education and Anishinaabe went through the University of Minnesota. She'll be coming back to our community in a few years, and we have a lot of young people in our community who want to learn the language, and they're going through, when they get to grade 9, they're allowed to take one course through the our high school program, and they're in there for a semester, and then that's it. There's no continuation for them either in the community or in the surrounding school board system. So and we have learners who want to continue on and become teachers after that point. So while I was thinking that we constantly are doing research and we're constantly figuring out what's the plan, how are we going to do this? We've had people doing research for the last 20 years. Where's the product? Where's the products happening now? Because we say, well, we got to start from here. And I just think people just don't know where to start. And I'm happy to hear that you're moving forward with this. The only downfall or pitfall that I see while looking through or watching your presentation here is that I don't see MCFN reflected in the research data that you've collected, and that's probably at the fault of MCFN. I would like to work with you on that, seeing as my portfolio is the communications, culture and outreach portfolio, and I'd love to figure out how to move forward and have our input in here as well, and how we work together. And I understand that AI is only made up of so many nations, but we have other nations that surround us in Ontario who have been doing 6 Nations, our neighbors, for example, they're pumping out speakers left and right. They're constantly doing that. Dr. Alan Corbier has really good research that he's done, and he wants to start implementing the same type of system that 6 Nations is doing so that we can start producing more and more Anishinaabe speakers.
Right.
I don't think I have a question. I think my statements, I guess, are when are we going to start putting things into action? Because we always talk about research, we always talk about finding out what we need, what we have to do. And nobody's actually just taking the step to say, okay, we want to do this. We have grassroots people in our community who did a 14-week course. They did it on their own. They found their own funding. They went through and they had 14 people from our community attend the program for 14 weeks. Or sorry, 8 weeks. We had 3 generation families join us. And I will state to the nations here and the nations that are online that we're at the end of the 3 days. And our tables are bare here. And it's sad because we talk about our language so much in English, and we talk about how important it is, but I don't see anybody here advocating besides yourself. And it's really sad that I really wish people would stick around and stay to listen to what we have to do. We lost 43 Anishinaabe speakers last year. And we're dwindling down. Our speaker now is going to be aging out soon and going on. He's retired last year. And so I'm just really passionate about language, and I just want to state that it's kind of disappointing to see these tables empty, and I really wish that people would stick around to listen to what we have to do, because we got to start doing some work here.
Absolutely.
So
Thank you.
We have to reflect on what Pierre Trudeau said. He said, the day that you don't speak your language, there's no difference between you and me if you have no basis to claim rights. That's foundational to our identity. And in my family, both my grandparents, their first language was Mohawk, and my mother's first language was Mohawk. She learned to speak English at mission. She started a mission school. But when she started, she couldn't speak any English at all. And I had the privilege of all my grandmother's relatives, when they came to visit Narcos, they spoke Mohawk to each other.
Right.
When I went to school, I thought that was normal in every household, but when I went to school, I realized it wasn't.
Yes, I know.
And we were actually discouraged from speaking our language at the Indian Day School here on the reserve, not only by the teachers, but by some of the parents.
Absolutely.
In response to the 1969 white paper policy, Chief Earl Hill brought language into the school and had a language teacher. So they would take pride in their identity and their culture. And even some of our own people said the chief was trying to make the reserve too Indian. So our people there was a good part of our community members were brainwashed from colonialism.
Absolutely.
That it was not a way, a path forward with successful life. And actually, others thought the more languages you could speak, the better. It's a tool of communication.
Absolutely.
The question I have is why is the $56 million going back to the government when our languages are in danger? Is there something wrong with the plan that was submitted?
I don't know the answer to that. There are, because they are, they're not, they're embedded in the Indigenous Languages Act, the OCIL. But getting the answer to those questions is very difficult. That has been not released. That was come from the chiefs of Ontario to say, all this money has been returned to the government coffers. It's very alarming. And that answer, I don't know. I can try to, get additional information.
So years ago, there were fully fluent speakers here, but they weren't teachers. So therefore, they couldn't go and teach the language in school. There was no curriculum development. So Gary Mulaway had to develop a lot of the curriculum when we hired her from us to be a language teacher here.
Right.
And we had a language teacher come from Waka and teach the young ones. But there's a lack of language teachers. And then in order for them to go into the education system to teach, they have to be a teacher. So what's happening on that front?
So the new teacher certification pathway, the model is that a language speaker can continue on and teach in the school system if they've been sponsored through an elders endorsement model. And that endorsement model was made up of speakers, linguists, someone in your communities or the nation's community that would speak to someone up and coming who has a grasp on language. And they would test them as far as, speaking, reading, disseminating information. And if they felt that they were clear enough, they could continue on to get certified by the Ontario Teachers College. And they would. They have other hoops to meet through the Ontario College of Teachers, but they would certainly start to become teaching in schools.
Aren't some of the universities certifying language?
They are, absolutely. FNTI has an underdegree program and a degree program for teaching. You can still go the long way around and become a certified teacher through the Ontario Colleges of Teacher. Lakehead University, Nipissing, Brock, they all offer programs for language speakers.
And so they would be teaching them after they take those courses, they are considered teachers.
Yes. Once they pass their requirements through those schools and universities, then they could apply to become a.
And the survey that Dan is doing, what's the purpose of it? What do we hope to use the purpose to get?
So, yeah, Dan is looking to see what the adequacy of funding is, but that's the question. What does adequacy mean to you? What does adequacy mean to me? So that report's coming out in a few months. He told me he just submitted it to the to the Office of the Commissioner of Indigenous Languages. He himself told me yesterday he was not 100% happy with how it rolled out. I haven't had a chance to talk to him further, but I will be calling him. So
this is actually.
oh, I see. Yeah, the office. Yeah. Hi.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't have so much a question, but maybe just a couple little comments. So, language and culture is my portfolio for as a counselor for time in AGA. I did see in your presentation, and if you had it and I missed it, I apologize. But we just opened in our community the brand new language and cultural center because of ribbon in May.
Sorry, yes.
And then so I'm very proud of that. It's a great thing for our community.
Yeah.
And so the language school will now house our immersion program. Got one in the way, the dot day. And I think that it's important that we recognize there's a gap, right? So I remember my grandparents and my great grandparents speaking Mohawk, but there was a generational gap where that was not passed on. And so I feel like there's a generation now where we're realizing that once this is gone, then it's gone. And now it's starting at home. So
yes,
my little guy, he is in the language program and the immersion program, and this is his 4th year going into it now. And seeing the young ones blossoming and speaking Ganyangeha, just like just the pride it makes us in learning songs, and it's a land-based learning school. And I cannot say enough of how proud I am of the work that's gone into that, and it's been for decades. And so to see it, that how it's evolved, and the support there is just, is amazing. And then I also want to acknowledge the work of our language coordinator who is here. She's
Yeah.
doing wonderful work.
She's doing amazing.
Yeah, and
Really
so we
proud.
have, we do have a community language plan. And so we're hoping to use some of the 4 pillars money to support the language plan. But we need more. And we know that, we recognize that. So I would say the communities that do not have a language plan yet, that once it's up and you have it developed, we also need the support to implement it and support it in our communities too, right? So I think I just wanted to make those comments, and if there's a way that that yourself and me and Jessica, we can all talk, and then, because I think also the numbers that you have on there for the proficient speakers, our immersion, adult immersion program here, we have had a number of graduates over the last few years. And off the top of my head, I can think of more than 1 or 2 first language
For sure,
speakers.
for sure, absolutely, thank you. It was interesting, you know, your comment about language and culture, and I'll just probably end with this. There was a little frog hopping around there, and I know he was going towards me. And in my language, you say chkwa, chkwa. And I know people who carry frog skins in their pocket for good luck, and I know that frog was heading towards me, and Jeff scooped it up and made it go in a different direction. Finally, with the culture aspect of it, it's not just language, it's culture. When you know your language, it means so much more. And I'll give you an example. I was talking to French a couple of weeks ago, and I said, in my language, you say hawk, pishko, pishko. But where does that word come from? It comes from the hawk itself. So when he's flying around, he says, pishko, pishko. So there's a real connection between the culture and the language. And I'd like to leave you with that.
Thank you for that. That reminds me, our old language teacher, Mercy Dobbs Theater at Oneida. And she told us that the word for Bob White was go white. He said, why is it named that? And she goes, go white. So just kind of mimicking what the call. Okay, I'd like a motion to accept the language report. Chief Miracle moves, and Councillor Duckworth seconds that one. Any opposed? Abstentions? Seeing none, hearing none, motion is carried. Thank you. All right, so again, thanks to Kim for her report, and maybe we can move that closer to the front of the agenda, so it's a more prominent place in the future. So how important that is. So as closing remarks, I think we have reached the end of our agenda, so thanks everyone for your time and dedication over the last 3 days. And I know everyone's itching to kind of either get home or maybe go downstairs. There's gonna be lunch down there. Probably hungry, especially if you got diabetes or something like that, and probably need to eat. Anyway, so other than that, again, thank you for your time. Thank you for having confidence in me to continue the work that we're going to be doing here at AI and giving us the mandate through resolutions to do so. The deputy's already said she's not. I have too much more comments. Maybe I'll invite our youth co-chair. Do you have any closing comments?
Very good.
No? Okay. With that, then, I guess I'll just call up our elders. Are they both here or one?
Oh, they're both here.
They're both here? Okay. I'd like to call our elders up to send us off in a good way. So. And then we'll have a flag song and travelers. First, okay. Olive is Olive is sa home.
Okay, what? That agree to you that his laha, we know it was the niche, not the what yet, the law look at all his la day. They got it as a brother, and a la, don't it, but you what you phone, don't come so, but get the law look at it, the one his la. Cause sa tinahalado na yung kinungkag sa kayo kiawi at yung hens. Kale, sila sa pa rin kung lakar si Nequin, nubus ka na kakat siya na yung paron ni siya roya at sa pala na kale. Chinyo kahis, sinyo kahis, tinulay sa tawid, sinunyo kaya ka na hipaliwa na kanet. Subaya isa hits man kung lalati chinulay ni siya kahis. Isa swawi chinucha di lo nen chino. Negative, pero ni ko akliwa na kanta ko ni sila. We have come to the end of the meetings here. And once again, we give thanks for the people that were able to be gathered here for these last 2 days. And we give thanks again to Mother Earth for everything that she provides for everybody that walk upon the earth that the Creator created. And as we part ways, we ask that everybody be at peace with one another till we meet again. And as you travel home, I ask that the Creator watch over each and every one of his, till you reach your destination, young go.
Sego Fuego is Kajija Sayanga speaking, and I'm here in Tandanega. I want to acknowledge to all our relatives, you know, for providing what it is that we need, you know, to do, what it is, our purpose that we came here to do. And, the Creator is loving and kind to us. And so, creation has been put here for us to enjoy, but we have a responsibility to make sure and take care of it. You know, we hear it all the time for those that are coming behind us, so they'll be able to enjoy what we have enjoyed so far. I want to, I acknowledge and I say Nyalagoa, and Nyalagoa is not just thank you. It's much bigger than that. And it's about love and sending that good energy and appreciation for life to Sunwaya Isa, the one who created our bodies and everything here. I acknowledge the songs and the drums, the drum for you know, sharing the heartbeat of Mother Earth with us. So Nyalagoa. And it's so wonderful to know, you know, that our way of life will continue through the drum, through songs and ceremony. So now for that. Also, I want to acknowledge the young man that took the feast plate to the fight. So now go again for that. I acknowledge Joe. Joe, you know, you work so hard and the sacrifices that you made. And I ask and pray to the Creator that you will have good health and be, you know, blessed with love and peace always. I see it, I know. And also, I also acknowledge Stacy for your hard work and, you know, and for the love that you have for the people who work so hard. So to you, I say now, because I know you have great challenges ahead of you. And, so, also I want to acknowledge, Chief Donnie. I don't call him my chief because he's my cousin and, you know, he's more than just a chief to me. And, you know, he's done such hard, he's been through so much. And, you know, his life has been threatened and everything else. And yet still, he has great love for our people and he works so hard to get what we need, you know. And so I want to acknowledge you, Donnie, for that and the life sacrifice that you have made. And then the firekeeper, I want to acknowledge, and I do acknowledge the firekeeper, you know, he's so dedicated. And so it's just so wonderful, you know, to know that our people that are working so hard for the better of our people. You know, mentally, physically, emotionally, in every way, and so, yeah, for that. Also, you know, I wanted to say, you know, there's no room for jealousy. And I see and I hear a lot of that, you know, and there's no room for that. You know, we all come here to enjoy life here, but we also have a responsibility and we have a purpose. And every one of us are gifted. We have our own mark. We have our DNA, you know, and so there isn't room for jealousy to come together and work together with love and compassion. So I just wanted to mention that, you know, because we all are special and we all have our own gifts. And so again, I want to say Nyala, Gola, and Miigwech and whatever other language is spoken here, you know, for the compassion that you have and the drive you have to make sure that our way of life continues. So at that, I'll say Nyala Gola again to everyone. And it's been a real honor to be here and learn. So.
And one thing I noticed whenever we go to different communities, is one thing I'm always really thankful for, and I think we should acknowledge is the wonderful cooks that we have in the communities that cook for us as acknowledge that. The communities that host us do an excellent job. Okay, we're gonna get to our closing songs, and I think we're gonna start with David Miracle, is here with us, so we're gonna get to him first and then closing song.
Understand. We do.
I brought up the earth. Negative. It's so important to be here and honor the waters of right. See our subdivision here.
I'm riding Cheyenne, so yeah, maybe I can come back, though, that's not a problem. I can come back anytime.
you very much for that, David. And before we play the flag song, I think we're going to ask that the community reps come and grab their flags and we'll take them out during the flag song. And I would like to ask if our co-chair would like to take our Eagle staff as a future leads us into the, our youth leads us into the future, and myself and a deputy will follow her. And then the rest of the flags behind us.
I don't. Sure you. No, you just hold it, Jeff. I don't. You're gonna wait till the drums.
Make sure you don't bang it on. Oh yeah, first, can I get a motion to close the meeting? Miracle moves, seconder, Lori, strength and strength. All right, nobody opposed, all right.
Okay, fine. Okay, thanks.
Why do you want to take the spirit flag on it?
Another plan, but. This one on the end.
That's all, there's also back to all that. Somebody carried that.
Good.